Hey, good morning, race fans. Welcome to Box3 Motorsports. We are back live and ready to go for 12 hours at Barcelona. And yeah, it does say Monza up there because, well, sometimes you forget stuff at 6 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to go ahead and fix that right now, live and direct. You guys can watch it happen right here. It's fantastic. Thank you for watching that. Let's get going. Palm tree oil in the chat. Wasabi is in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. And again, we are here for 12 hours. We're here for really the next 13 hours. We'll get free practice started here in just a moment, a 30-minute qualification, and then 12 hours of endurance racing at Barcelona all day. And you're going to find it right here all day at Box3 Motorsports. As we go ahead and we try and get connected and it didn't work. Oh, I know why. Maybe I know why. Maybe I know why. There we go. Circuit de Barcelona. How is everyone this morning? I hope everyone's having a great day as I take a moment to get set up. I'll be joined here in the booth in just a few moments by Whelp Cakes himself. Philip is going to join me. And we'll be going to get on board with him and bring him in to help me out today. As again, I get things kind of set up, which you can't do till you join the game, and it gets weird. So let's go. Jan Barth in the chat says 12 hours solo. Let's go. I hear you. 12 hours by yourself. You're a madman or woman. I don't know which, but it doesn't matter because that's just craziness that you would do that to yourself. But I can understand it, and I wish you the best of luck. Just FYI, right now in our free practice session here, which will go for about 10 minutes, what we have is an 8 a.m. start time. Track temperatures, though, are going to be very warm, sunny, 30C ambient, 30C on the track. However, race time is going to kick off at 4 a.m. along with qualification, so much cooler at that point. We'll see how things go as we start getting through our teams here. Just trying to take a look. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So let's get going. Retro Coffin already took some ibuprofen, got snack bars and water. I brought my water too. I got my water. I'll have at least 3 of those today, and I got to have my coffee. So. With that, however, let's get over to our main camera. We're going to get on track, and I'm going to go grab up my co-conspirator for today. We can get him in here and hear what he has to say after I get everything set. It's always such a hassle because there's certain things you just cannot do until you're like already there. It's weird. Mr. Cakes.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Good. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I'm just sitting in the timetables right now, just scrolling through these names, just getting myself familiar with the cars and the people. How are you doing this morning?
Doing about the same right now, actually. Trying to understand who we're looking at and who all's here. I mean, we got a ton of new drivers with this race.
Indeed.
A lot of new drivers and a lot of, there's going to be, obviously this is an endurance event. We've got a ton of people in here. We have some 4-man teams, 3-man teams, 2-man teams. And of course we have people who are doing things all by themselves, like Alejandro Aguilar here, who is going to be running this race solo. The only thing I don't know today is because last time we did an endurance event, we had a lot of drivers who were doing IRL swaps. Right, it was the same driver on screen, but they might have had a friend at their house or what have you, who were doing, just going to jump in and out of the seat together. So I don't know if we have that going on today or not.
That's an interesting way to go about doing it. I mean, I wish I had people nearby that did the sim racing thing, because that would be a pretty fun experience. But man, the people that are doing the solo thing, that's mental.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, indeed. Like 3 hours of Barcelona, I would just be like a broken pile next to my rig on the floor. Yeah. But that's also because I'm old. So yeah. Man, let me tell you, it is going to be warm. I mean, we are dealing with what is in-game time right now?
Right now, 8 a.m., 30C ambient and
Yeah.
30C on the track. So,
Man.
looks like we had a little bit of a stutter on the stream. I'm keeping an eye on it, but the thing's getting weird on me, so we'll have to pay attention to that.
I'll keep an eye on it as well. But yeah, from the looks of it, from what I can tell, you guys already have 35 teams plugged into the session right now. Teams are already starting to pump in some times. We've got some 145, some 146 on the board right now, and a good distribution of manufacturers as well in this race, which I like to see that. I hate it when a particular manufacturer gets left out.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what I was. Again, I was sorry. I was checking on the stream, but that's part of what I wanted to look at here. I mean, we've got a McLaren up front right now, and again, this is free practice. And what I find this every time the guys go out and during free practice, it's almost. I mean, I assume they're using it to dial it in a little bit, but those times we get in free practice, I have a feeling will go down slightly during qualification as some of these drivers start to push a little harder. 10-minute free practice, really just getting their tires under them. Or a couple laps before we go into that 30-minute qual. But a McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche, Ferrari up front. We've got an Audi, 2 Audis in the top 10, BMW. So that's a great mix. Even a Nissan in there, which we don't typically see. And again, Alejandro Aguilar hasn't set a real time. They're sitting at 4:42. But like you said, good to see the mix.
Indeed. And also with the green track right now, the 145s are definitely going to fall a little bit. I'm sure when the next session pops up for qualifying, it'll simulate some track wear, and we'll get closer to that optimum, and we'll start to really see those times start to fall down pretty quick. More times coming in right now. Man, you guys have a heap of drivers in this race. I was looking at the entry list. You guys have somewhere in the neighborhood of 130 people participating in this event, which is insane.
It's crazy.
So big congrats on that. That is a good showing. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to a wonderful endurance weekend in Barcelona.
Absolutely. This is going to be fantastic, provided my stream can keep up, because for some reason it is just being really weird. So hopefully that stabilizes. It looks like it's coming back now. We should be good to go. But one of the things you mentioned, though, is talking about the high temps and everything, and it looks like it's going to be that way. However, as I mentioned earlier, according to Kevin Huffman, who runs the server, who maintains, we're looking at a 4 a.m. start time for qualification and for the race.
Yeah.
So whatever these guys dial in at this 8 a.m. time, right, is going to change when we get into qualification here in just a few moments with just 2 minutes left in free practice.
Indeed. Now, the good news there is that they're going to have a couple of bites at the apple to probably get the tire temps dialed in for qualifying, because you got a 30-minute qualifier. That said, you're really going to want to get with the program, because you've got 130 people participating in this race. I think you guys have upwards of 50 teams potential for joining into this race session. That's going to be a lot of traffic. And while Barcelona does have some really wide sections, you get into the heart of Sector 2 and towards the beginning of Sector 3, and it can get pretty tight and hard to pass. So you're going to want to get out on track, get the banker in, and then start to figure out whether or not your pressures are too low
now
or too high.
Question for you, running
Go
into
ahead.
this. How important is qualification during a 12-hour event?
So for the guys that are at the front of the field, qualifying is going to be everything with a field this large. You do not want to go into turn one being a driver that is going to be putting in like low 44s, high 43s, and then be stuck in the midst of traffic going into turn one, turn two, turn three, because don't get me wrong, I'm hoping for a clean race and everything like that, but it can get quite dramatic. The entry into turn one is very large, and it collapses down quickly into turn two, and then widens back out in turn three. But again, you gotta fit. You don't want to fit a large situation in a very small space. So, if you're a fast driver, you definitely want to get a good qualifying. You want to get a good qualifying.
I'm going to stretch it out there real quick just to take a look at this track map and what Barcelona looks like here and give everybody an idea. Lot of space, but as you said, coming down into this is again not a Monza situation, right? You're not going into a chicane, but that is a long start-finish straight to come down into T1 and immediately wrap into T2. So I'm really hoping we don't see the incidents that sometimes we see in other places where that happens.
Barcelona, for me, turn 1 is pretty treacherous. The entry into turn 1 being so wide and the fact that you have a large runoff on the left, I don't know if it's just like, racing drivers just activate lizard brain and they're like, wait a minute, I don't have a wall there, or I don't have gravel, so I'm gonna like lower my margins. With that sort of situation, you can get people being like really brave around the outside, but again, you got that really nasty sausage curbing that'll straight up launch a car like a missile back onto the track. So got to be careful, got to play it smart. Again, it's a 12-hour race, so there's plenty of time. If you are one of those fast guys and you don't get the qualifying that you want, just be patient. You got an opportunity for it to come to you.
Absolutely. You guys have lots of time to make up position, make up time. You can't win in lap 1 T1, but you can certainly lose. That's for sure. So
you can ruin a race. You can ruin a race, and you can ruin someone else's race, and you can make your day very long and very hard.
Absolutely. And with your teammates and everything else, especially during these endurance events. And this is probably why I would personally never participate in one, is because I don't want to be the guy, and I would definitely be the guy to screw my team up by not performing the way I need to and keeping them safe and allowing them to go out and do well. So as we see Enrico Ferraris head into the pits, Yannick Kurtz jumps up. We've got 2. So with free practice coming to an end, and right there, a new fastest lap from Chris Warner, 1:44.902. So we did get 2 1:44s during the course of the free practice. And there it is. We've switched over to qualification, and it is nighttime.
Yeah, cold temperatures, 25 degrees on track. That's the thing. It starts at 4 a.m. and it's 25 C.
Yeah,
it is going
spicy.
to get very warm in this race. It is going to get very warm. Normally I'm used to seeing track temps dip down into 18 C, maybe lower, but man, 25 C, it's going to be bonkers.
Yeah, once that sun cracks, it's going to get very, very warm very, very quickly, and the track's going to start to heat up, and these guys are going to have to make those adjustments on the fly, right? They've got to come in. The stint timer, I believe, is 65 minutes, so they're going to have to run into the pits once every, at least every hour during the course of this 12-hour. And I've seen the chats we have. I've seen the voice channels we have, the team channels. It is unbelievable. Maybe we'll jump in there later today with a couple of these teams. But these guys are strategizing and what pressures to go for and everything else, talking to each other the whole time. It's really, to me, it's interesting the way they go into it. So,
indeed, getting in the groove, trying to get your mind set up for this kind of event. It can be pretty stressful, but the upper echelon drivers are going to be, they're going to be calm. They're going to have their thoughts composed. They're going to have their ritual that they go through. Yeah, we're going to see some people that are absolute weapons up at the front of this field. Right now, just looking at how dark it is on track, headlights are on because it is 4 a.m. in Spain. It's going to be tricky with qualifying, but we're stuck into it now, so let's see what happens.
And again, 28 minutes left to go in this session as we wait for times to start to roll in. I do want to take a moment real quick, and I want to thank everybody in the chat, everybody who's talking right now. You guys keep it entertaining. The drivers keep it entertaining. I want to thank the drivers. I want to thank Huff for putting this together and anyone else who worked on it. And I want to thank everybody who's followed the channel this morning. We don't put announcements up in the chat because, well, we want to keep the focus on the race, but I do want to thank each of you guys for following. Make sure you come back to Box3 Motorsports because there will be more racing as we go through. In fact, if you like endurance racing, you're going to want to come back in just about a month. 949 Box Motorsports and Track-A-Lish is coming back with the last round of the summer 6-hour endurance series, Mount Panorama. We're going to stream it right here. I love Mount Panorama, and I cannot wait for this race. It's going to be fantastic. I like seeing who tames the mountain and who gets tamed by the mountain. It's my favorite.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be in the second category because me and Eric Gakassian from Trackalicious are going to be in the Lambo, and man, is that car a handful.
Oh, I can't wait. I hope you guys are in one of the team channels. I'll come and grab you up during the stream. It might be
indeed. I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. It's going to be harrowing, but it's going to be fun.
But just the two of you? Now you guys are just doing a 2-man team for that 6 hour?
Yep.
Perfect. Again, still no times in yet, but I'm waiting to see here. So let's try and take a roll down through here. We got a ton of teams, as you said. So these are in the order people join the server. So right now, no particular order, just running through. You see there up on your screen, Alex Whitby. He'll be driving with Quentin LSL. Saeed Mohammed. I got to get good with these names. Arash Amazi and Amir will be driving the number 789 car. Douglas Mitchell, Evan Kim, Dominic Duran running together as a team. Jostein Scheffer and Yannick Kurtz return. The last endurance I saw these guys in, they performed very, very well. And Yannick Kurtz running the qualifying for his team today. As we said earlier, Alejandro Aguilar in the number 133 Nissan, all by himself in this race today. And there we already see it. Let's jump up. Enrico Ferraris with a 143.9. So that's a full second down from what we saw during the free practice.
Yeah. The Glitch Motorsport crew in the Ferrari right now seems to be solidly positioned in the Ferrari around here at Barcelona. It is optimum track conditions, and even with the 25-degree temperatures, hitting a time that low right out of the gates is pretty impressive. That's
very impressive. Just the fact that we saw it drop. Now does the cooler temperature contribute to that 1 second drop over free practice, or is that drivers again taking that 10 minutes to dial it in before getting into qual?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the biggest contributor is going to be that optimum track state, because the track is going to be more rubbered in. We were dealing with a green track in the free practice session, which is probably the least rubbered in these drivers are going to see all day. So getting that optimum track condition is going to be what probably contributed the majority to that time. And then also just like down to skill, like drivers who race all the time, they're going to be able to look at, the temperature dial and make a determination on what they need for pressures. This isn't their first rodeo.
Exactly. Yep. And we do have a new fastest lap now from Saeed Mohammed, 143.752. So those times are ticking down slowly. Mm-hmm. It's going to be very curious to see. And, and Enrico there, who we're watching right now, riding with Oscar Tringale, Patrick, and Samuel Villa today. Yannick Plus, Gilles Eilman, and Lennart Beckman are out in the Porsche. It's so hard to get through all these teams as we continue to watch qualification. Good morning there,
Indeed.
SOP Motorsports. Welcome in. The worst part about my software, too, is I don't get team names. And it really frustrates me, so...
Well, the thing for me is that I've got 4 lists of names scrolling right now, because I've got autopilot turned on in the client. I've got the broadcast app over on the left. I've got Pitwall up on my top screen, and I'm watching your ACC TV over on the stream right now. So gotcha. I'm kind of just trying to sync all of this information together. Oh man, just looking right now at these cars going through the final chicane section on your stream. That is going to be an area, especially towards the end of the lap in this qualifying session. It's going to be critical that you space yourself correctly, because if you try to force something through that final chicane, it's just going to end in tears, and you're going to ruin your qualifying lap and someone else's.
Absolutely. Enrico Ferraris putting another best lap up, picking that time down, 143.3 now. We see these times just keep ticking downward. But right now, so far, only 2 drivers able to get into that 143. Our 144s then extend a little bit further. Now a 3rd driver with Jeremy Lefile dropping into the 143s, pulling up into P2. As Enrico heads into the pits. Konstantin Solitov on a quick lap right now. Throw those deltas up and just see how people are running. And just as I get him up there, Solitov running our new fastest lap, getting us down to a 3:35.
Yeah, 43.335 is pretty impressive. BMW, Ferrari up at the top of the field. We do have one Maka in the low 44s right now, probably going to bust into the 43s before the end of the session. Looks like we've got
very
time.
Successful so far.
Yeah, looks like we've got times from all but I believe 5 teams right now. So definitely hoping to see some of the times come down towards the lower end of the field. But yeah, qualifying's underway.
A good number of 144s.
Mm-hmm.
Those stretching all the way down to P12 as of right now, and then our 145s, kind of the same thing, dropping down to P20. So a good spread here. 146s, some 147s. So a wide spread of driver ability, right? A wide spread of qualifying times. So at some point, very early, relatively early, given this is a 12-hour race, traffic starts to come into play. Now, because you do the endurance events, where does your strategy lie with that? If you get yourself into traffic, are you looking to try and make that pit stop to let it clear, or are you working your way around as much as possible? And obviously that falls into your greater pit stop strategy. If you've only been in the car for 15 minutes, you can't, right? But yeah, do you try and time that out in any way?
So it kind of depends. The main thing with the 65-minute timer, most of these cars are not going to use an entire tank of fuel in 65 minutes, not unless something's very wrong with either your driving style, in which case you probably don't need to be on the track at that capacity if you're burning that much fuel in 65 minutes. But so in 65 minutes, majority of the cars aren't going to use that tank of fuel. So, the other thing to consider is while your pit stint timer is 65 minutes, running it down to the wire is useful if you're trying to extend. But keep in mind, if you get involved in an incident, if you get stuck in the gravel, if your car stalls, if you got serious damage and you're limping around and continuing to go off track, and your timer runs out, you're going to get nailed with a penalty. So it might be the smart play in certain circumstances, especially if you're running up against a slow back markers, a large field of cars fighting for position, to go ahead and take the bite of the apple and go in, get on fresh shoes, get some fuel in the car, clear your mind, and go back out on track. I mean, those are all things these drivers are going to have to balance while they're out navigating the situations that they experience out on track.
Absolutely. We're looking now, and there it was. I was waiting for the line cross. Just as you finished, Jeremy LaFile filling a 143 flat. And I mean, when I say flat, quick. I don't mean 0.01. No, I mean a
triple aught.
143 flat, triple aught.
Yeah. Wicked
fast. I love seeing the number of drivers we're getting into that 143 range, though, because it means close racing up front. I mean, hopefully, depending on the jump. And again, these are the guys, though, up front that get away in turn one. If there is going to be a problem, these are usually the guys that can avoid it just because they're out of the corner before the event occurs, which is always good to see. If we take a look, though, LaFile, able to hold on to sector 2 and 3 as purple sectors. Enrico Barres, however, holding down sector 1.
Yeah, sector 1 is going to be the part of the track where that front left is going to take an absolute beating. Going into turn 1, turn 3, the long sweeping right-hander at Renault is like you're just leaning on the front left the entire time. And then especially when we get into the race, as we get past that 4 a.m. window, as we start to get into the heart of the race and the temperatures start to rise, sector 1 is going to be a place where that left tire is just going to get demolished. So tire strategy, I think, towards the middle part of the race is going to become pretty critical. So we're gonna have to wait and see how these drivers handle the hot temperatures, though.
100%. Let's take a look further down the pack, though, at some of our other drivers outside that top 10 where we see these 143s. Things are being weird. I don't know. Jonathan Reed out joining us today. Again, a lot of new drivers on track today. So many people coming into Box 3 to join in this 12-hour event. Ton of cars, ton of people. We've got, Cameron Hawes. And as you said earlier, a great mix of manufacturers. You know, the one thing I don't see, and I haven't gone through the whole list here yet, but I don't see any Bentleys.
I don't see any Bentleys, and I don't see any Nissans. Those are the two that I don't see. Oh, I see one Nissan now. Aguilar's in a Nissan. I should have known.
Yep, Aguilar is in the Nissan, but I've no Bentleys. And now the top 5 just being dominated by Ferrari.
Yeah, Ferrari is pretty strong around here, it looks like. The BMW, I also kind of picked to be pretty powerful. I actually am shocked to see the Audis not cracking the top 5. But, we've got 16 minutes left in qualifying, 16 and a half, so we'll wait and see how things progress.
Maxima, give me a little push there in that number 5 Ferrari. Not good during qualifying session. Alessandro Pallone. There's one of our Audis. At least we see them in the top 10, right? And everybody who watches here regularly knows I'm an Audi fan, so 3 of them cracking the top 10, but plenty on track today overall. And as you said, Alejandro Aguilar in the lone Nissan. I believe the lone Nissan. We do have a Lexus out there as well. Justin Gottlieb driving the Lexus.
I'm actually shocked we don't see more Lexus here as well, because that long straight, and especially the mid straight, right before La Caixa, the hairpin, really strong place for the Lexus to really kind of stretch its legs out and use that top end that some of the cars are going to struggle fighting against, like the Porsches.
Okay. So now, and again, there are long straights on this track. And that makes me curious about the Bentley, because the Bentley's got great straight line speed, right? I'm surprised we don't see at least 1 or 2 out there. But so far, I have yet to find one in my list. I can tell you that. It is.
I feel like it's a very strong car, but I also feel like even with players that like look at the meta, the Bentley still ends up being one of those cars, because it is right-hand drive, to be an acquired taste. Like for me in particular, I feel like I'm on Mars anytime I'm in a car with right-hand drive. But yeah, no doubt, it is a quick boy. And I am kind of surprised to see, especially with the amount of like European presence we have in this grid, that we don't see like 1 or 2 of them. But that said, it is still a pretty good distribution of manufacturers, and I'm happy to see it.
No, I think it's great. Switch back over to this Quali Delta. Jeremy Lafile was running up about 0.2 of a second. Wanted to see if we were going to get a crack into the 142s during this qualified session. 14 minutes left to go, so still plenty of time to get there. Right now, he's right on the edge. Enrico Ferris up 0.4 now over his best. It keeps popping in and out of purple, so we may have a new leader here very soon. We got 2 drivers in contention to hit those 142s.
He's got to really nail Sector 3 now. He's getting ready to go through Europe car into the RACC chicane section. So Enrico's definitely got to maximize his approach to these slow speed corners. And he does look like he's up about 0.4. We could have that new pole, provisional pole.
And there it is, 142.887. Enrico Ferris able to crack down below 143 today. Jeremy Lafile, though, is still running a little ahead. About even, and now has lost time.
And I would put probably a 42.887. I mean, in terms of like quick lap times, like we're starting to get towards the upper end of like the European times that we see over in other leagues. I think that would probably be about a top 60 time in like AOR in like AOR hot laps.
Okay.
But again, that's hot lapping and not dealing with traffic, nighttime, cold temperatures, all that other fun stuff. So the fact that he's in the 42.8s is a good thing to see right now.
Absolutely. We'll see if he's able to run away with it here towards the beginning of this race. And again, get out of any trouble that might be coming from behind. So we talked about it earlier, but there is a huge spread here. So again, we're hitting 142s, let's call it 143s in our top now. So that's extended all the way down to our top 8 drivers, all running those 143s. Down from there, 144s down through 45s, 46s, and 47s. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a big spread of drivers here of speed and ability, and I think we're going to see a lot of traffic and a lot of action today.
Mm-hmm.
We've now loaded in 38 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Nicholas Lama not even qualifying at this point. Same with Rick Pink down sitting in 37 and 38. They haven't even left the pits. As Leon Huang comes out with a 147.8. It's just such a spread. I mean, a 4 to 5 second spread on times just makes things a little scary, I think, at times for some of these drivers.
I mean, I would say for the sim racing hobby in general, I would say it's all relative, right? Mm-hmm. Like when you look at real world endurance racing, we're not talking in the neighborhood of 5 second spread at like an SRO event, but the people that are the gentleman drivers in like real world SRO, in terms of their amount of seat time and the amount of practice that they put in, like again, we're talking about people that like that's what they consider their job, right? Yeah. Not their hobby or their passion from like a gaming perspective. So for me, it's like all relative. Like you got the upper echelon here putting in like high 42s. You got like the back end of the field being 5 seconds down, like that sort of thing. I feel like it's all relative.
Gentleman class racing is my favorite because that's where I slot every time.
I mean, if someone called me a gentleman, I would be surprised. But the thing is that I'm definitely down in like the lower end of the pace figures here. I would probably be struggling to get out of the the bottom 8. So.
Oh yeah, 100%. I would be. I think having driven Barcelona a little bit, my 146 is for me. I think, and that's again hot lapping. That's not race pace. So yeah, that's why no team wants me. Karsten Cena out today in the BMW, currently sitting 25th.
Yeah, 25th. Just looking right now. So yeah, 2.8 seconds off the pace. Close enough to crack the top 20, I think. Finding 8/10 out on track is going to be not that challenging, I think. It's all about, again, getting yourself slotted into a good gap, keeping your eyes forward, making sure you got your pressures nailed. Being this late in qualifying, if you haven't got your pressures figured out by now, you're going to have a hard day because this race is also going to start at 4 a.m.
Yes.
But yeah, he's definitely got some potential on board.
Yeah, I would hope at this point these guys, as you said, have dialed this in a little bit and are able to kind of be setting their best times this far into qualifying. And we always see changes all the way until the end. But yeah, to your point, if you haven't figured it out where you need to be, and at this point are just out running laps to try and bring it down, tenths at a time, then yeah, you're probably in trouble for the race as well.
Yeah. And I mean, as far as like the pressures and stuff like that go, I mean, we're talking about 2/10, give or take, like 2/10 up, 2/10 down from like optimum pressures. And the car is going to be pretty compliant as far as the tire's mechanical grip. Anything else you're struggling from there is it's a skill differential, or it's down to the setup. And that's probably something else that we should talk about with Spain is this track in particular has some pretty aggressive curbing. And it's going to be interesting as we get into the race to see who is more aggressive on straight lining some of these twisty sections and who's got that less compliant setup that is going to, spin on curbs, that kind of deal. So it's just going to be interesting because we're going to have a mixed bag, no doubt about it. Mid-engine cars, front-engine cars. You got a Lexus in here. I'm pretty sure that thing is designed to basically just chew up the curbs. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how the setups work out.
Now, the new Audi as well, right?
Indeed.
Yep. the old Audi, the Evo, don't do it. You don't want to eat curves with that thing. But the new one I've found will does a moderately good job of just blowing right over them, and it's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is that one of the things that I'm kind of curious too is, especially towards the mid and lower end of the field, if you're dealing with a softer car, you're gonna definitely suffer in terms of like cornering pace and stuff like that, but you will be able to take some of the sections in Sector 3 and some of the curbing early on in Sector 1 a little bit more aggressively than the more stiffly sprung counterparts out on track.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see. I mean, for me, I'd probably be setting up the car for softer suspension because I'm terrible, but also because I don't want the car to spin just because I can't place the car correctly on track.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem. I don't know where to put the car.
Yeah.
It usually just ends up in the dirt.
4:23 a.m., 6 minutes, 30 seconds left. What's the quali situation look like at the front for you?
So right now, Enrico Ferris is holding on to it with that 142.887. However, Jeremy LaFile keeps flirting with another purple lap.
Yeah.
And just he gets up there and then drops a little bit, gets up there and drops a little bit. So he just can't quite get there. He has moved in to the 142s, however, as you can see on your screen, a 142.9. So now two drivers as he goes now off track, and I guess will not be looking unless he's going to try one more time, but only 6 minutes left. We'll see if he's able to get back out there and run something else, maybe looking to just tweak some pressures real quick. Konstantin Soldatov. These names are going to kill me all day, guys. I apologize to all the drivers. I do my best. At a 143.335, currently sitting in third in that 991 BMW. Miles Hemming in fourth with another 143, this time a 465. And Mark Maxim in P5 right now with a 143.485. So our top five pretty well locked. We'll have to see again if Jeremy LaFile is going to try and get back out on track. It looks like he is coming out now as Maxim flies into the wall and then dives back into the pits.
I'm watching on track right now, and one person who I've got my eye on right now is Vittorio Cava in the Seppo, the number 13. His times have been fluctuating. It just seems to be down to getting the lap done, but I've seen him go at least 1 to almost 2 seconds up on his previous lap time. So I think he's just got to get it cleaned up. And then if he can punch in another 2 seconds that I've seen him hold as far as the Delta goes, I mean, he's going to jump up past the top 15, maybe even in the top 10.
Well, let's see if let's stick with Cava for a little bit and see where that Delta lands him. He's up about a 10th, trying to get it up there. He's got clean air in front of him right now, so as you said, if he can lock it down and not worry about the guy behind him, he should do okay here, up a 10th so far.
While you're doing that, I'm looking at the Deltas right now, and things are holding pretty steady for a majority of the field. Few people are improving. I think Cava's struggling mostly with just like, again, getting the car positioned correctly. He might be dealing with some mechanical issues. He might actually have some pace, but be dealing with a setup issue. Looks like somebody's going to try and pass him into Campos, which... that's something we probably want to talk about while we're looking on track. As far as your experience with Barcelona, what are your key passing locations to watch for?
You boldly assume that I pass people, sir, and don't just get passed.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. We watch a lot of racing, both you and me. For me in particular, the Lakaicha hairpin that Cava just went through, and of course, into turn one. You've also got a large area in a few places at Renault and Repsol. The Seat hairpin, the downhill hairpin, that'll be interesting. Very deceptive corner, the Seat hairpin, because of its downhill nature. You can also lock up your fronts really easy and just understeer straight into the car on the outside. So it's going to be interesting to see where people get brave at a track like this.
Well, interestingly, the last race we had at Barcelona, one of the things we saw was, as you said, turn one into turn two. Very surprising place to pass. It seemed like if you had the outside on turn one, you think they're not going to make it. But then what happens, of course, is turn two is right there. And now you've got the inside line, right? So you're going to grab that inside line and be able to make your pass there. Another place too is that chicane coming downhill right before the final corner. Saw a lot of passing in that chicane, and I seem to catch a lot of passing and a lot of chicane. Some place that I wouldn't think you normally could make a clean pass. A lot of these drivers able to throw it through a chicane and get around people very quickly.
Yeah, again, where people decide to be brave is always one of the best parts of the race for me to watch. Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see where people try to stick it. The qualifying times are starting to come down, but people are running out of time. We've only gotten a minute and 46 seconds. If you're not out on time or not out on track trying to get your out lap done, your window of opportunity is gone.
Yeah.
We
see there Enrico Ferris now into the pits. I doubt we'll see him back up. Sayed Mohammed into the pits, sitting in P3 right now. Welcome into our first time chatters. SOP Jim Boys here. Dario, Gex31, fan of Jeremy Lefile, Palm Tree Oil, still in there chatting. Why Palm Tree is not racing today, I don't know. Or maybe he is, and I just haven't noticed yet. So taking a look here just to talk about it. I mean, we already mentioned Alejandro Aguilar, who will be driving by himself today, currently sitting in 23rd. We also have Jan Barth, a solo driver out there in a Porsche, and Retro Coffin, right now in the pits, sitting there in 27th with a 145.4. But those look to be our three solo drivers today. I don't know how they can do it. I don't even want to think about it.
They're crazy.
Well, as you said, I mean, a 3 hour is bad enough, right? I mean, forget about it. So to throw yourself in for a 12-hour race, and even crazier, the last big endurance we did, the 24-hour, which actually ended up ending at 21 hours because, well, the server blew up. We had solo drivers for a 24-hour.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah,
that's something. You're gonna lose a bit of time just in the pits when you have to go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
But that said, I mean, you just gotta. It takes a special kind of person to want to pull off a 24-hour race solo.
I think even 12-hour, it takes a special kind of person.
Yeah. So one thing I will say, with us being in max wait time, we've only got a few people out on track turning laps, but one of them is Jeremy Lafille. Is it Lafille? Lafile?
I've been saying Lafile. I'm sure it's Lafille.
Yeah. In the 640 Fezza, and he is only 4 hundredths of a second off. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can really figure this out.
This is why we watch qualifying right to the end, because something always changes. Something always changes right at the end of qual. Somebody locks in that last lap they can pull off, and for some reason is able to just move themselves up. And we'll see if Jeremy is able to do that here at the end of our qualifying session. Looking behind him, though, Rowe, no matter what, now we are pretty much set. And again, a few drivers out on track. I'm not seeing anyone running well ahead of their previous times. So with that said, we're looking at Said Mohammed and Konstantin Soldatov sitting in row 2. Miles Hemming and Maxim starting in row 3.
It is even delta as Lafile comes across the line.
Yep.
And does not improve his time or his position. He's going to have to settle for P2, but it's a front row start, and it's a front row and a drag race down to turn 1. So there's definitely an opportunity to get a good send-off into the first corner. We're just going to have to wait and see how it pans out.
You know, like we talked about earlier, this is one of those tracks where and I'll throw the map up on screen again just so people can see it in case they don't know. This is one of those tracks where you come down into turn 1, and then you have a very fast turn 2 that's right there, right? And so having the outside line into turn 1, as Jeremy's going to have at the beginning of this race, doesn't necessarily put you in a spot where you cannot take the lead. You know, where we see that does happen on a lot of tracks. Unless you get a great jump off the line, if you're on the outside going into T1, you probably aren't going to be able to get around very easily. Here, maybe not in T1, but in T2, you still have that opportunity because it is right there, and now you're taking that inside line.
Yeah, the inside line is going to be very important. I normally try to take the outside line because I try to maintain a safe line through the first turn, and I'm also a slower driver. But being on the outside, especially turn one at a track like Barcelona, you're putting yourself out there to get kind of like muscled over into that runoff area where you've got that aggressive sausage curbing. Now, if you're driving slow enough, taking that sausage curbing is not that bad. But if you still got your foot in it, those sausage curbs are aggressive enough to actually make the car go in the air. Okay. If anybody watches real world endurance racing and stuff like that, sausage curbing, launching a car into the air is not unheard of, and it is quite dangerous. So it's going to be interesting to see when people take to that escape road and people take to the runoff area, who's going to be more cautious, because if you try to keep your foot in it, you're just going to turn into a bowling ball that comes back out on track.
Yeah, it's going to get curious here in Barcelona. Again, thank you everyone for being here. Mike in the chat says Jeremy Lefele. Lefele? Okay. Go for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Retro Coffin in the chat, one of our solo drivers out there. Good luck all. Good luck to you, sir, for the next 12 hours.
You madman.
You just insane person. So now at my time, 10 to 7 a.m., we will be looking to get this race started. And don't forget, everybody, we are here all day, the entire 24 hours. 12 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Coverage. Yeah, we're not going 24.
You got another race?
No.
You gonna call the 24 hours of Spa when you're done?
Actually, I almost was going to for a team. Yeah, I was gonna go do a broadcast tomorrow morning at like 7 a.m. But I can't. There's no way. I can't. No, I can't do it. It would hurt.
Well, you get to watch the real one next week, and then you can watch the sim racing one tomorrow while you've got your feet up. Mm-hmm. Cup of coffee, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. The Bosworth in the chat, thank you for being here. Jimbleton's here.
So session start time is ticking down 2 minutes and 30. That's the time when the drivers are going to have to start getting that setup dialed in. Make sure they're not loading that quali setup. Get the fuel right, get the tires right, and get locked in for the first stint. Again, 65-minute stint timer. Yeah, I'm excited. 36 cars out on track for 12 hours of Barcelona.
It's going to be fantastic. I mean, we were hoping for the whole field of 50. I know some folks had to drop out. Some last minute issues with people's computers, but they're going to be able to drive. Just couldn't be the first driver, so that's a good thing. Jimbleton, welcome in. SOP Motorsports, good luck SOP P10 to P1, no pressure. Going to be Jonathan Reed starting out for that team. Ferraris are going to be hard to beat. They are our top 3.
Yeah. It does look like the balance of performance is shifting in Ferrari's favor, but that BMW in the mix is going to hopefully keep it spicy. And then also, you've got some BMWs that are within striking distance down at the very bottom of the top 10. And again, it's a 12-hour race.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see what people do.
At least I got one Audi up there, right in the top 10. The other 2,
you do,
ready to come on and jump up there as quickly as possible. So that'll be a good thing. And Oscar Tringale taking over in that number 1 car, sharing row 1 with Jeremy Lefile. Sayed Mohammed, and again, Konstantin Soldatov in row 2. Miles Hemming and Maxim, and I am not going to even try that last name. So I apologize, Maxim, but I cannot do it. Row 3. Alex Whitby, Chris Warner, row 4. Justine Scheffer and Jonathan Reed in row 5. That's your top 10. Emmanuel Riel and Florian Borges in row 6. Alexander Dudarev and Yannick Plus in row 7 with Chris Reardon and Matteo Passetti bringing up row 8. Valak Laszlo and Matt Redfern, row 9. Johnny Marinum and Adam Penzes in row 10. Such a great spread here all the way down through. We've got Nicholas Lama, who I don't believe set a qualifying time, along with Leon Huang. Both drivers opting to stay in the pits. during the course.
I think
of
Llama in
today's
particular was dealing with some technical issues, but it does look like he was able to join if he's still showing in the pits, which is good, because there's still time. I mean, 12-hour race. Even if you run into some lap one incidents, it is entirely possible to move through the back of the field if you're a quick car, and if you're keep your head on straight. So yeah, we're rolling now on the formation lap.
And no pit starts from what I can see, so everyone able to stay on track? At least I believe so. We'll wait and see if Nicholas Lama is able to pull ahead. Stay in formation here, but as of right now, no pit starts for anyone.
Yeah, it does look like cars are moving on track, which is wonderful. Man, you guys have got to be excited about this. 12 hours of Barcelona, 36 cars on track. You got some fast guys up at the front of this field. I think it's going to be an exciting race.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Now, what I find interesting is normally, I think for most of these teams, whoever did the qualifying is also who's going to take that first stint, right? They're the freshest. Obviously, they've already driven for 30 minutes, but during a 12-hour race, that's not really adding a lot, especially since most of these guys will do double stints, stay in the car for 2 hours. It's interesting, our front-running team here. Oh, it is Enrico Ferraris. My software was telling me that Oscar Tringale had taken over, but no. Usually these guys need to cross a sector line before the drivers will update. But my point being is it was interesting to me to see someone who hadn't qualified in the car. I don't know why the software did that, but you know what? That's okay. Enrico is going to start this race off for his team.
Yeah, it could have been down to also them just testing out like driver swap commands and stuff like that to put a guy in the car, take a guy out of the car, that kind of thing. That said, it does look like for a majority of the field, qualifying drivers are starting drivers for the first stint, which kind of makes sense to me, especially if you're in one of those fields or one of those cars where you have a broad like pace differential between teammates. Normally you want the car that qualified, that set the reference lap, to be the one that starts the race, because they're going to be closer to their reference. Yeah, seeing everybody kind of at the front being the qualifying driver, not shocking to me at all.
Yeah. Well, that's why it was so surprising to me until the name change updated, because like I said, I think what happens is they have to cross a sector line before I actually get that information. So it does make it difficult to know when drivers have swapped until they get out of the pits and cross that sector 1 line. Welcome into all of our first-time chatters. I do see you folks as we fall into double file to get ready for the start of this race. Coming through the chicane, down into that final corner, and we will be ready for green lights. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. And we are here for the next 12 hours. Myself, Philip, Mr. Whelp Cakes himself. We may be joined later by some others. Who knows? It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think it's going to be a fun race. Now they are green.
Here we go. Our race is open down into T1. Already drivers towards the back into the grass, and we're going to go 4 wide. Why not? Alec Lasso with contact. Konstantin Soldatov able to get out front very quickly. Enrico Ferraris losing 2 positions. And the BMW comes out ahead. Miles Hemming, we've got contact in the backfield. Jostein Scheffer and Florian Borgias showing contact as well. A whole mid-pack right there with contact. And we've got a slide back here, Chris Warner.
Oh, yeah, right into the Repsol section. Can be pretty treacherous because you got that wall right section on the right.
Oh my goodness, it is getting brutal in here. Wow.
I'm thinking tire temperatures and just, lap 1 nerves are a big.
Hyped. Yeah.
Yeah. Just take a beat, take a breath.
But the big surprise up front, Konstantin Soldatov able to jump out front over Jeremy Lefile and Enrico Ferraris. Chris Warner now moving up over Jostein Scheffer.
We're into Sector 3 now for the mid-pack of the field. This is another one of those areas where you could definitely, things could get hairy if you're not composed.
Chris Warner up in 7th. As we take a look, I got to switch this up here and get our gaps going. Saeed Mohammed closing in on Enrico Ferraris now, as our first lap is completed for our front drivers.
So we do have one car into the pits, the Audi.
Oh.
I believe that is Borges in the 86 in the pits. Well, several going in the pits now.
Douglas Mitchell and Carsten Cena all dropping into the pits.
I suspect there's some damage on the DCF Racing Team BMW. I can see a bit of a Pac-Man hood thing rolling down the pit lane. So hopefully it's not going to be too much in terms of repairs. But again, it's a 12-hour race. There's plenty of time to recover some good positions.
We do have quite the train heading out. Enrico Ferraris at the lead. Saeed Mohammed, Miles Hemming, and Maxim all right there behind him. The 17 car, that Ferrari leading a pack. With the
moves
McLaren
happening into Lekaitia. Wow, look at that. The McLaren just getting gobbled up by, looks like that number 5 Ferrari, although he does stay out in front.
Holding on for now. I was going to say we got that McLaren of Miles Hemming in this pack of Ferraris. Jostein Scheffer also leading a pack of cars with Jonathan Reed, Josh Frazier, Vajek Laszlo, Alexander Dudarov, all right there.
Audi's off onto the curbs, but does stay out in front, which is impressive. Keeps the Frazier doesn't lose the car. Stop go 30 for a pit lane speed infraction for, looks like, the number 10 car.
How many of those will we have today?
I mean, early race nerves, I think, were probably a big problem with that. The pit entry into Barcelona is a fast pit entry, so you do need to really pay attention on the road, not necessarily where the marker is for your pit entry. So yeah, we could definitely see more than one stop go 30 before the end of this race. Also, drive-through penalties are going to be big here as well, I think.
A lot of opportunity to cut track. Josh Frazier looking for any opportunity around Jonathan Reed, but Reed playing up front with Jostein Scheffer as well. We've got Laszlo, Dudarev, and Penzis all right there in this pack, this tight group of cars. And Enrico Ferraris with a problem, yellow flagged and dropping quickly. All the way down into P6 now with Chris Warner. Looking to jump in. Jonathan Reed jumping up over Jostein Scheffer to get himself into P8.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's some early race contact that's like affecting Enrico's setup on that Ferrari, but he is just falling back through the field. The other thing is, too, is from a strategy perspective, maybe he just had the idea of doing a long run sort of game plan as opposed to, just going out flat out for 12 hours.
Jostein Scheffer able to get up, but Josh Frazier and Laszlo right there down into T1. Do we get more bumping? Yes, we do. Another push right there, able to keep control.
I don't know how they do that.
But Laszlo able to move up into the top 10 now over Josh Frazier. But Dudarov and friends. Not friends. They're not friends, but Stefan friends. All stacked up. Audi with 2 Porsches chasing them down. Yeah, I don't know how some of these guys keep control. And another push right there. There'll be no control had that time. Our live stewards are going to be extremely busy today as Josh Frazier gets spun in a circle. We will hopefully see that reported. You're going to start seeing penalties come through as well that we'll have to try and keep up on. But there you have Chris Warner getting around the outside, or trying to, on Miles Hemming. Miles able to bring it back together, and Enrico Ferraris back in action. Enrico now down to 7th.
Yeah, both the number what is that, Hemming and the 75 McLaren and Enrico Ferraris have just been like slowly dropping down the order. Well, Enrico actually dropped a little bit quicker than Hemming, but Hemming's also starting to lose a little bit of pace relative to the front of the field.
Let's see if we can get on the front of Enrico's car there. I don't see a ton of damage.
Yeah, I don't see anything that looks like damage. I'm kind of just trying to figure out like what happened here with Enrico for him to fall down the order that much.
Yeah, you don't really, normally you're going to see a little crinkle in the front, and there's a little bit of contact, just a nudge to let him know he's there.
Well, the AMG pushed out really wide on the exit of turn 1, and the thing is that that's not the racing line, so there's a huge pile of marbles on the outer part of turn 1 that the AMG got kind of like stuck on, and the grunt of the AMG probably just couldn't get out of the corner fast enough, and that Ferrari was bearing down on him pretty quick.
Matt Redfern now leading a pack, or was, as we see a little bit more contact, and Matteo Passetti dropping very quickly. Emmanuel Riel and Alexander Gudarev now coming close, and things, it's funny, these guys, we're starting to see the rubber banding a little bit. I'm catching a close, catching a small gap between drivers, and by the time I can click it, they've spread back out. Is that indicative of Barcelona, where is a driver going to have, and I think this happens every track, but is I'm asking you more, is it more indicative at Barcelona for some reason, where a driver maybe is rapid in sector 1 and 3, but it's sector 2, due to the differences, is just not going to be as good for that particular person, and so now all of a sudden we're seeing where they start that accordion going throughout the race.
I would say if somebody is like really tuned in for like sector 1 in particular, they're not going to struggle as bad in sector 2, but they might struggle more in sector 3, because sector 3, that's where you start to get real tight and twisty. Coming out of the Lakaicha hairpin, Bonk Sabadell, you got Europe car, the RACC chicane, everyone's favorite corner in all of motorsport. It's the worst chicane ever invented. That is a very tough section that if you do not have a car that's really aerodynamic compliant, really good on brakes, really good on mechanical grip, you're going to struggle through that section. Again, Barcelona's, I would consider it a power circuit. It does have technical bits, but you got a lot of long straights. You got a lot of mid-speed corners. It's just, if you're tuned to be quick around here, sector 1, sector 2 is going to work out in your favor.
Gotcha. We'll have to keep an eye for that today as we take a look at our race leader, though, Konstantin Soldatov, currently leading, but Jeremy Lefile right there has closed that gap up just a bit.
Top go cleared for number 10.
Douglas Mitchell, the number 10 car.
Now, real quick for you, sir, I wanted to take a look at the top 3, and I'm going to pull that up in pit wall right now because I wanted to give you some average lap times to kind of take a look and see from the field. Soldatov right now pumping in that 44.535 for a lap time average, which if you think about where they qualified at, 44.535 is still pretty quick for race pace. Enrico Ferraris, who was the qualifying car, 46.480 average lap time now. That's a huge drop off in pace for him.
That is, but I wonder if we're going to see that come down, because I'm showing his best and his last is in the 145.5 range.
Yeah,
so
it could.
May have opportunity to bring that back down. Saeed Mohammed, I'm right now our fastest lap at this point with a 144.225, and Jeremy Lefile able to take up P1 over Konstantin with contact. However, on these guys, a little bit of a nudge there, but able to get around Soldatov and take up race lead.
So early on in this race, we are getting some good fighting up at the front of this field. I'm watching Constantine through Lakaicha going into Sector 3 right now. I wonder if the Constantine is just going to kind of like settle in. Again, it's a 12-hour race, man. Just because a guy's 3/10 ahead of you doesn't mean he's going to be 3/10 ahead of you at the end of 11 hours and 47 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to see them settle into their pace. If I'm looking at average lap times from Lafile, let me pull that up real fast. Just kind of curious what his times are looking like in comparison. So Lafile averaging 44.479. So yeah, he does. He has on average about 2/10 in hand on Soldatov. So we're going to see whether or not Lafile can now stretch his legs and start to pull away.
Now, will the Ferrari, I mean, we see a lot of Ferraris in our top 10, right? I mean, the top 6 is 4 Ferraris with a BMW and a McLaren in there. Do you think will that come into play on Soldatov as this race and team as this race gets further in? Are they going to chew tires faster? Is there a fuel difference? They have to pit sooner? Things of that nature. Would you imagine seeing that? Or is Lafile going to eventually start to get this Ferrari to where he can't maintain that advantage that he has right now?
So what I've seen in other series, like in SRO and stuff like that, the Ferrari has been bopped pretty heavily in several of the SRO events. In terms of like fuel tank and stuff like that, I believe that's set at track level, and I'm not entirely sure where the fuel eco is between these two cars. I know the BMW usually is pretty good on fuel eco. In terms of aerodynamics, it's also pretty solid from an aero package. So if Soldatov just kind of like runs a pretty conservative race, the thing that I'm going to start watching for, especially when I'm looking at Lafile's times, is does he have a significant drop off towards the end of his stint? Like if he starts to get 45, 50 minutes into the stint and we start to see a 1 second delta in his times, and Soldatov can maintain, like pretty consistent pace. I mean, he's already dropped down to like almost 1.2 seconds back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm showing 1.5 seconds between them at this point. So
yeah, so I mean, it could be that Lafile is just going to try and just drive the wheels off that Ferrari, but that kind of performance comes with a penalty. So we're going to see how that plays out in long term. It also could be that Lafile's just conservative pace just falls in that realm, and he can just manage the gap. But we're going to have to wait and see. I would say if we're looking at about 45, 50 minutes into their first stint, that question is going to be a lot easier it's going to become pretty clear to you.
Yeah.
But we'll just have to wait and see.
Laszlo able to get around Jostein Scheffer, now taking up P9. Continuing to lead the pack of Shefford and Penzis. Stefan Frenz just a bit further back. And Enrico Ferrari is able to get himself back up into P4 now over Miles Hemming. So we're seeing him, I mean, he was all the way down to P7. We're seeing him come back up.
Yeah.
So Enrico's pace dropping again his best in the 144s with that 145 as his 145.3 as his last lap.
Yeah, he does seem like he is definitely starting to figure it out. And not only that, his pace is starting to become pretty consistent relative to, I'm going to butcher that name. Is that Kamzyuk in the number 5 Ferrari?
That could be You're much better than I am.
Enrico is currently 4.1 back, but from what I'm looking at relative to the pace delta, the gap is starting to level off and starting to swing back towards Enrico's favor. So we're just going to keep an eye on it and see if those time deltas start to drop.
And there, Jostein Scheffer now falling back, sitting in the track. Who's sitting in the track? Somebody was sitting in the track. Oh, that's why it moved on me. He's dropping so fast I can't get on. Jostein Scheffer with a problem. Let's jump back here real quick. See if we can catch what happened here with Jostein Scheffer. And this is going to be a long 30-second replay, but
Oof.
Trying to see if something specific happened, if there was an incident. I didn't see contact, and no, he just died. I'm wondering if we're not going to have a hardware problem here that's going to prevent Scheffer's team from being able to keep up. I mean, we saw great things from them during the last endurance race we had, the 24.
Oh man, and that's unfortunate too, because his car just kind of like dies on the racing line.
Yeah. And now he's back and running again, dropping back to 21st. Just keep an eye there.
That's unfortunate.
It is, especially if it's some kind of hardware problem that, you know, just gets annoying. Matt Redfearn trying to hold Class Westfall and Retro Coffin at bay. Retro Coffin, one of our solo drivers. He is a madman out in his Porsche as he looks to get himself up another position over Class Westfall. More contact towards the back. Number Justin Gottlieb and Espen Kuhlen now dropping position.
To answer a question real quick in chat from the fake MS, what happened to Mohammed? It does look like he did drop some positions. He's now in 8th position, but his pace is starting to level off. Average lap time is about a 47.0, but it does look like he might be starting to get that getting himself composed, getting himself put back together, and is starting to gain back up on Reed and Warner in P7, P6 respectively. I think there was something that happened around lap 8 that I'm not sure about, but that's when he dropped behind Warner and Reed.
Retro Coffin looking to make his move down into T1. Take a look real quick though as we take I just love taking a look at this and our position delta so far today. Right now, Alec Laszlo doing very well for himself, up 8 positions. We jump up top, so Jeremy Lefile able to gain 1, Poldatov gaining 2, and Maxim up 3 in that number 5 car. Meanwhile, Enrico Ferris down 3 positions right now, but we'll see if he's able to get those back up. And Lefile just opening it up 2.5 seconds over Soldatov at this point. Really starting to open up that gap a good bit. But Adam Penzis, Friends, and Aguilar doing very well for themselves today, up 10 and 11 positions respectively. And one of the drivers we were just watching as he comes up, we're going to have to check in with him as they come up on the back of Matt Redfearn again. Class Westfall up 15 spots today.
That's a big gain early on. I mean, we're almost 20 minutes into this race. That is a huge gain. So now settle into your rhythm, settle into your groove, start nailing your numbers, and then get to the end of your 65-minute stint timer and see what stint 2's got in store for you.
Chris Warner under pressure from Jonathan Reed for P6. Things starting to settle down just a little bit. Alex Whitby getting himself up into P12 now over Alejandro Aguilar. And we've got Emmanuel Real right there looking to gain on Aguilar as well, able to sneak through on the inside. Aguilar, one of our solo drivers today, maybe just looking to stay calm and keep in the race. Man,
and not only that, driving solo with a Nissan for 12 hours. That's that's something, man. Back to the battle that you're talking about between Reed and Warner right now. Like, Reed has taken a huge chunk out of Warner over the last, I want to say, since lap 3. Like, the gap had built up to about 4.7 seconds, and it has tumbled down now to 0.4. The margins are slim between these two, and Reed seems to be just storming right now. 45.572 for average lap time. He's got 0.2 in hand on Warner.
Wow. Bringing it down and continuing to play. It doesn't look like he's in any kind of hurry to get around him, though. Reed recognizing that he's got 12 hours to do this. Obviously going to look for the shot, but not really pushing it. Pucking right up under the wing. And a push there, though. He did push it in the end. Jonathan Reed pushing Chris Warner off track. Again, the stewards are going to be busy today. Saeed Mohammed able to get around, get back up into P7 after that.
Not only that, Saeed Mohammed, with the incident now, going to be much closer to Reed. I put him about right now. The app is telling me about 4 seconds back, so that took about half the time off the table for Mohammed to try and recover those two positions. He's got one back with Warner going off track.
Retro Coffin still looking to play Porsche games.
Man, driving that for 12 hours. Can you imagine that?
No. I would cry first. A lot. I would cry a lot. Like the whole time. Hey, listen, Philip, I'm going to take a quick step away. My dogs are out, which means I got to get them outside real quick, which means my wife's
sounds good.
Bed soon. So I'm going to take a quick step away. I'm going to leave us right here with Redfern, Retro Coffin, and now Class Westfall again catching up with these guys. I'll leave you right there with that, and I will be right back.
Yep, and while Adam's away, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an update on some of the key figures that we're going to be watching as this race unfolds right now. Again, we got 11 hours, 36 minutes left in the race. It is 5:04 a.m. on track. It does look like it is going to be a warm race. It is 26°C on track with these early morning temperatures, which is pretty warm. Retro Coffin does manage to sneak around going through New Holland and down the start-finish straightaway right now, and I believe he will upgrade to P17 with Redfern now falling into the clutches of Westfall in the 246 Porsche 911. Figures that I'm looking at, front of the field. Just going to take a look at the top three right now in terms of pace averages with Lafile with the 44.364 for an average lap time after 13 laps. He is 24 minutes and 3 seconds into his stint, so he's still got a good chunk of time in the car before first scheduled stop. Konstantin Soldatov, who had a monster start to this race, getting in front of Enrico Ferraris early on, 44.7 for average lap time, 13 laps into this race. And it does look like he is holding pretty good pace relative to P3, the number 5 Ferrari, Kamsyuk in the Fezza, average lap time 45.112 after 13 laps. Still very dark out on track. Conditions are going to be tricky. Retro Coffin starting to pull away a little bit. No way I could do 12 hours on my own. Would zone out at 4-hour mark, I bet. I mean, that's where I'm at, Fife. I would totally just, like, brain fade is real in these kinds of events. It is very tricky indeed. If you guys have any stat questions or anything like that, feel free to post it in chat. I'll try and look up any figures you guys are interested in learning about. One thing I'm really interested in seeing as we get closer to that first scheduled stop is what is the average pit delta going to be for these guys. Retro Coffin going a little bit wide on the exit turn 2. Does keep it on track though. Front left is going to take a huge punishment in Sector 1, Sector 2 on this track. It is very tricky. I'm actually kind of interested with the endurance pads. So most of these guys are going to be running pad 2s for this race because it is a 12-hour race. Now, pad 2s are solid for 12 hours. You can eke them to a 24-hour race without changing them if you're very gentle on them. But they're going to be running a little bit more open brake ducts because they're on the endurance pads. It's going to be interesting to see what the tire temperatures on the front left do look like as we start to get towards the hotter temperatures of this rate. What is up, Jet? How are you doing, man? Is there a time multiplier? It does not appear so. I'm watching the time tick down, and I don't know if you guys actually. I can see in the top left corner of the screen there, it does look like seconds are moving at a normal reference time there, Palm Tree.
No time multiplier on this today. 4 a.m. start time. We're about 4:30 now as we come into it. I apologize for stepping away, sir. As we come back to Alejandro Aguilar and Alexander Dudarev battling down into T1. I hope you were able to keep people entertained while I was gone.
Oh, I just started rattling off stats. Nobody in chat told me to shut up, so I think I'd take silence as permission.
Perfect. Well, you have permission. I can guarantee you that. Alejandro Aguilar now showing a little bit of contact. Dudarev makes his play around the outside. Can he hold it, though?
So while you are watching that fight, I'm going to cruise around. I just kind of want to take a look at the relative pace differences through the field right now, because the close fights, Laszlo is gaining on Warner in the 112 AMG, and Friends in the 693 is catching up to Pinzies in the number 7 BMW. Man, that's something we haven't seen in this race yet. No, I don't think anybody was mental enough to bring the M6 here. But it's an older platform, so I'm kind of not surprised by that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it would just be interesting to see if anybody was brave enough for that one. Got some good close fights here. Sheffer and Westphal are getting close now. Does look like Redfern has pulled away from Westphal a little bit.
Also, we're just ahead of this one. We're watching... as you were bringing up Pens and Friends, keep an eye on that. But also just ahead, Chris Warner and Laszlo coming together. That gap getting smaller and smaller. A lot of good battles going on right now. Curtis Lee and Jan Barth towards the back, P25. Bringing it together as well. Curtis Lee and the Audi. We'll keep focus right here. And Palm G, I didn't acknowledge at the time. I apologize. But you're right. I am an Audi worshiper, and we will put as many Audis on screen as possible. You're lucky I didn't make this an Audi spec race, because I could probably do that if I wanted to, just for fun.
Got a request in chat to go take a look at Ovalainen, Ovalin in the 167.
167 car.
Yeah, 0.776 though, so he is catching up to Sheffer a little bit. I'm gonna go take a look real quick at some pace figures for Ovalin. Running around right now at a 47.847. So relative to Sheffer, there is a significant pace advantage in Ovalin's favor, because Sheffer's running around at a 48.2, so about a half second on the average.
Yeah, I'm seeing a half second on their last laps together too. So, but 6/10 Jostin, Sheffer to the good on their fastest, as Josh Frazier gets around Alejandro Aguilar. Aguilar dropping another spot.
Ooh, yeah.
It was a little bit of a struggle today for Aguilar.
I wonder if I wonder what the rear tires are going to be like on that Nissan at the end of his first stint. I'm pretty sure they're going to be like really, really used toilet paper. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be brutal. Shredded. Going to look like a cat got after it.
Oh. And a hard cut to the inside there for Real, getting around Stefan Friends.
Just making it happen. I'm not watching Friends' car, and I don't know if he's got like some balance issues in that in the Porsche. Because I'm seeing a lot of like wiggle on corner exit. I mean, it could also just be Porsche things.
I was gonna say, isn't that just generally what happens with Porsches?
Yeah, Porsches have a natural tendency to be backwards. So they just kind of like a compass just wants to orient towards true north. A Porsche just wants to spin around, but first.
Yeah, they should have just built the car that way, and then it wouldn't do that.
Yep.
Figured it out. We put the front at the back. Why did we do that?
All right, I am going to I'm going to take a step away, Huff. I will be back in a moment, sir.
Last Westfall now under pressure from Jostein Scheffer. And up towards the front, Miles Hemming now feeling it from Jonathan Reed for P5. Stick with us, folks. We are here for the entire 12 hours today. As you see up there in the upper left-hand corner, 11 and a half hours to go. We see Scheffer able to get ahead of Westfall just a moment ago down there on the board. But Jonathan Reed continuing to apply pressure. We also have a battle between Laszlo and Werner a little further back, and Penzis and Whitby, number 7 and number 801 respectively. Check in on Werner and Laszlo coming together as well. We've seen these guys battle before. Laszlo swinging out very wide onto that curbing. Werner able to hold on as we check in with Hemming and Reed. Again for P5. The way some of these drivers continue to come together throughout the race, you know, they seem to find each other and gravitate towards each other over the course of these longer endurance races. We'll see the gap extend, pit stops happen, then if somehow, some way they find each other back in battling later in the race. Yes, current time on track is 5:15. And now Saeed Mohammed joins into the fray, and we've got a three-way battle going. There are others as well. Again, I said Chris Warner, Laszlo together, Pennis and Whitby a little further back. Not to be remiss, but Matt Redfearn under pressure from Jostein Scheffer for P18. But Jonathan Reed now working very hard to keep Mohammed at bay while also looking for his opportunity against Hemming. And there you see it on your screen, Laszlo able to get around Chris Warner, move himself up into P8. Really waiting to see here if Mohammed decides he has an opportunity as these two battle in front of him. Miles Hemming, I believe the only driver in today's race so far who's been able to hold position, qualified in P5 and has stayed there. And Maxim Komsuk with some issues. And dropping back to P4. Let's check in with Redfern and Westphal. That battle for P19. Not a lot of fun to sit there with that many cars right behind you. Yannick Plus now into the pits. And there, Redfern able to stretch his legs as Jens Overland gets around Westphal for a second. Class able to jump back ahead through T1. Adam Pensis and Alex Whidpy further ahead. Volcan, how are you? Welcome in. Don't forget, folks, if you enjoy endurance racing, we're back August 20th right here at Box 3 Motorsports for 6 hours at Mount Panorama in conjunction with Trackalicious and 949 Sim Racing. We'll be hosting that race right here. We'll get you a start time here in a little bit. I need to take a look and remember when that actually starts. I believe it's 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time or 4 p.m. UTC. But we'll check on it to be sure. As Alex Whidpy stays right on the back end of Pensis. So one thing I didn't mention earlier, again, we saw Maxim go off track, currently riding in P4, but Enrico Ferraris now is gotten himself back to P3 because of it. Sitting about 16 seconds back off Soldatov, so a lot of time to make up, but able to claw his way back up there as we go back to our battle, coming through T3 between Adam Pensis and Alex Whidpy. How am I, Vulcan? I'm doing well. I can't complain. It's a Saturday. I was on vacation this week. Get to cover 12 hours of racing today, so no complaints here, my good sir. Miles Hemming and Jonathan Reed coming back together. Oop, not what I wanted. There it is. As we go a little on board with Reed. As he said, every time these guys come together to battle, Saeed Mohammed looking to get involved. We also have the three-way for P10 right now. Pensis, Whidpy, and Reel catching up, closing that gap. Reed trying to get that BMW to eat every ounce of curbs as he go around. Anything exciting on vacation? No, I stayed at home and cleaned my garage and drove iRacing all day. Not all day. Afternoons. Garage was in the morning, you know, clean up. And then have some fun in the afternoons. Reed looking to push a mistake onto Hemming. Chris Warner now dropping back very quickly. And I believe we lost him, actually. Jonathan Reed and Saeed Mohammed able to get around. Let's jump back real quick. We want to take a look at that as I was seeing what was going on with people dropping from the server. So Jonathan Reed leading out here. Or, I'm sorry, Miles Hemming leading out. A little bit of a nudge right there. Door banging, pushing Hemming very wide, allowing the door to open for both Reed and Mohammed. As we go back live, Saeed Mohammed now going to have to play defense against Hemming. We do not have the hour of the start in game. It was a 4 a.m. start, sir. 4 a.m. local to Barcelona. Track temp already up to 27. Started today's race at about 25 degrees. And once the sun comes up, you can bet we will be seeing those track temperatures rise very quickly. It's a sunny day in Barcelona. Jonathan Reed now up into P5, still under pressure from Mohammed and Hemming. Curtis Lee and Jan Barth now coming together as Chris Warner heads into the pits. I believe Chris Warner just lost connection and is now back. Slotting in around P27. Jeremy Lafile continues to lead our 12-hour race today. About 45 minutes gone. Best lap of the race as well with a 1:44.61. Renz and Dudarev coming together now to battle it out. Porsche versus Porsche, and the Ferraris continue to dominate this race, holding P3 and 4. P1, a BMW of Soldatov sneaking into the top 5. Along with Jonathan Reed, who's done very well for himself so far. Take a look once again at that position delta just to see where our drivers have gone. Reed up 5 spots today. Enrico Ferrari still down 2, but has worked his way up from down 7 at one point. As we said earlier, Klaus Westphal doing a great job today, gaining 14 spots, along with Retro Coffin sitting there in P16. Gaining 11 today. So Coffin having a great race up to this point. Miles Hemming able to work his way back around Saeed Mohammed, who was able to get through an open gap. And a little bit of a door banging incident that pushed Miles out wide. Jonathan Reed still holding position though. Now Retro Coffin and Jostein Scheffer come together. Matt Redfearn going to join this battle with them. Hey, Lynn, welcome in. Welcome in, Leon. Let's go SOP. Don't forget, guys, if you want focus on a car, please ask. I'd be more than happy to do that, provided we do not have a current battle going on, as Retro Coffin now opening it up a little bit over Sheffer. Sheffer, again, having to play defense against Redfear, not really going to be able to push as hard as he wants to take that spot. Curtis Lee and Jan Barth coming back together. We saw this battle earlier. Thanks, Lynn. And thank you to all the people that did follow today. Again, we don't have the announcements turned on in chat because we're putting the focus on the race, but to each and every one of you that came in, wanted to watch some good racing and followed the channel, I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And don't forget to come back August 20th for more endurance racing. We should have some things between now and then as well. I need to get caught up after my week of vacations. I think July 31st, we're looking at a 3-hour endurance race at Watkins Glen and some other fun events throughout the rest of the summer season before we kick off season 4 heading into the fall. And Box3 Motorsports will be 1 year old in October. And we are going to do our best to put together a 24-hour charity event for that. We'll see what date that's going to fall on. 24 hours of coverage right here, and it'll all be for a good cause. Now Miles Hemming and Saeed Mohammed. Saeed Mohammed about 4/10 faster on the last lap, and about 4/10, 5/10 faster on their best lap between the two of these guys. Now Penzis and Dudarev coming back together. As I said earlier, some of these drivers just keep finding each other. We've seen these battles happen, and things spread out. You guys fall back 1 or 2 seconds, and then somebody has a bad skip over a curb, and that's all it takes to bring them right back together. And I'm sure we'll see throughout the rest of this race. That's going to happen as we go in and out of pit stops too. The pit stops really haven't started yet. Obviously, we've had a few drivers go in, but to this point, they haven't really kicked off with driver swaps. But that's going to start happening soon, given we're coming to the top of the hour, as Whidbey drops right back, going off track, losing 5 spots as Penzis and Dudarov get together, or I'm sorry, get around him as they continue to battle it out. Something else to keep in mind, folks, if you're unable to watch the entire race today, later this week, you'll be able to find it on our Box3 YouTube channel. We'll get it downloaded. We'll get it split up because there is a limit on how long a video can be for YouTube. And you will be able to go and watch the entire race playback. It's starting later this week. Oh. Cameraman got drunk. Miles Hemming and Saeed Mohammed. Oh, that's not good. Saeed Mohammed off track. Where was the contact? Let's back it up real quick and see if we can catch it. Definite contact there. It looks like Saeed Mohammed having a run-in with a back marker. Penzis Dudarov, and now Stefan Frenz getting into this battle. Oh, Chris with a computer crash. That is terrible. I hope you're able to get that resolved for the next one, my man. We were having fun watching you today. Wondered what happened. I could see, I felt the drop, so I knew somebody had left, and then all of it, in the software, everybody jumps up a bunch of positions when someone ends up leaving the server, so that's too bad, man. Hopefully we get you back here for the next endurance race. As I said, we had a lot of fun watching it. Sayyid Mohammed now into the pits after that incident. As Adam Penzis continues to fight off Alexander Dudarev. Dudarev able to sneak on the inside, but not enough. Penzis taking it back. Penzis now having to feel pressure from not just one Porsche, but two. Keeping an eye a little further back as well. Jostein Scheffer continues to tighten up on the back of Retro Coffin for P15, so we'll keep eyes back there. And now these three drivers, Penzis, Dudarev, and friends, now starting to tighten up on the back end of Emmanuel Riel. Driver changes have definitely started. We check in on Matteo Passetti and Leonard Beckham. Apologies. Why is it everywhere we go today, the Porsches are involved? It's weird. I don't like it. Both these drivers, both these teams struggling today. You see there on your screen, down double-digit positions since the start of this race. Both with some extended pit times as well, 42, 55 seconds, Passetti, Beckman, respectively. Leon Huang now getting involved. Passetti catching up very quickly. Looks like Leon's struggling a little bit. Passetti just looking for an opportunity. Huang seemed very slow through some of those corners. able to get up alongside, not quite able to close the deal. Leonard Beckman still there though. Now the action back with Passetti and Beckman. Beckman able to sneak right through there. It looks like one of our back markers, or one of our leaders, getting through again, but we got to jump back to Curtis Lee and Jan Barth as Passetti takes position back from Beckman. And now Leon Huang dropping to Passetti. So Passetti getting a great run, picking up 2 spots. Beckman will now start applying the pressure to Huang. Huang? I hope I'm saying that right. Should just say Leon, that's easy. I can do Leon. And there you go, Leon going very wide, opening the door to Beckman to get through. Got to jump a little further up though for P10. Adam Penzis and Stefan Frenz going to battle it out. It's amazing to me how dark it still is on track. The time of day is now 5:39 a.m. I thought we'd be seeing sun at this point, but as of yet, still quite dark in Barcelona. But I agree with one of our chatters said earlier. I think a great time, 4 a.m., a great time to start a 12-hour endurance race like this. Many real-world races, they start at 10 a.m., full daylight, go through noon into the night at time hours. I personally like starting in the dark and letting the race finish during daylight. Adam Penz is continuing to defend P10 against Stefan Frenz. Maxim now into the pits, allowing Jonathan Reed and Miles Hemming to move up. So we'll see that team's first pit stop and most likely a driver swap of the day. Many drivers now heading in. Dudarev into the pits. Penzis, Whitby, Frazier, all heading in. So here's where things start to get confusing. Let's check in on our race leader, Jeremy Lefile. Currently with a 15-second gap back to Soldatov. Enrico Ferraris, who struggled at the beginning of this race, getting back up into P3 though, doing very well for himself to, after losing those positions, to get back up at one point all the way back in P7. Maxim now back out on track. We'll wait for that driver update to come through. As I said, typically do not get a driver update until these guys have crossed the sector line for whatever reason. Enrico Ferraris now into the pits. Manuel Catalano, you see there is the update taking over in that number 5 Ferrari. Retro Coffin into the pits as well. Amir staying out for now, currently running P13. Be curious to see, Manuel Catalano taking over again for that number 5 Ferrari. 35.8 seconds in the pits. Enrico Ferrari is now jumping to P4 and 5 as he heads in. And I want to see what kind of pit times we get as he comes back out. Enrico's still sitting. It's been a full minute so far. Manuel Real able to move ahead. Only 36, so 36-second pit stop. Not too bad with the driver change and everything else. Now our race leader, Jeremy Lefile, into the pits. Going to open opportunity possibly for Konstantin Soldatov, who comes in as well, right behind him. We check in here for P17, Widpy and Aguilar coming together. Redfern and Jens Overland all into the pit now. So far, our race leader, Lefile, able to hold on to P1 while in the pits. As he starts heading back out. If you're able to stay in the pits for a 36-second pit stop and still come out in P1, say you're doing all right for yourself. Jonathan Reed moving up into P2 in the pits. Probably already, yeah, we're not rolling yet, but we'll see who's taking over in our lead 640 car. Again, 36-second pit stop for that team, for that number 640 Ferrari. Konstantin Soldatov. Our number 991 BMW, 38.4, so a little bit of a drop there. Both drivers now back out on track with that 14-second gap holding. Samuel Villa taking over in the number 17 car, currently sitting in P3. Vasily Anufriev taking over in the 991, and it looks like Jeremy has stayed out in the number 640 Ferrari race leader thus far. As things get tossed around. During these pits, it always happens. Just under 11 hours left to go in today's 12-hour event. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone for sticking around. Thank you to all the new followers today. You are all much appreciated. Now you know where to go to get the best. The best. Robert Seuss and Amir now going to battle it out for P7. Sometimes the pit stops spread things out, and once in a while, it brings drivers together. Robert Seuss in the number 666 BMW looking to keep Amir at bay for as long as possible. Both drivers have been into the pits so far, 40 and 44 seconds. Surprised they came that close together, given the pit times. But it looks as though all drivers have now rotated in or out of the pits. Karsten Senna now in the pits currently, but all drivers having clocked at least one pit stop thus far. And just clocking down real quick to take a look. You know, Philip and I talked earlier about penalties today. Past pit entrance penalties are going to happen. Also track cutting. We're probably going to get some drive-throughs. Thus far, only showing 2 penalties. One on Retro Coffin for a stop go 30, and one on Tobias DeMuth in the number 120 car. That is it thus far. We'll have to see if that increases. No drive-throughs to this point. So obviously pit speeding being the main concern. As Mark Bunyan takes over in the number 321 car, currently sitting in 5th. Wasabi and Zinc coming together. Seuss and Amir continuing to battle for P7. We also have it lining up back here between Sam Bowden and Alex Whidbey. Audi versus Audi. That's double Audi. That's fantastic. Who wouldn't want double Audis? Now, what's curious, again, you know, we talk about this during every battle, but really you look for these close gaps. So if we talk about Robert Seuss and Amir coming together for P7, about a 1 second gap between them at this point. They've spread out a little. But Eric Muska behind is 17 seconds back. Not really going to be a player here. But as we look at Bowden and Whidbey, you have to wonder how long it'll be as they battle until Alessandro Pellone gets in there and joins and makes it a three-way battle for P10. Aguilar's still a ways back. I don't think we're going to see that. Now, Klaas Westphal and Eduard Klester coming together. Klester getting around right there. Let's jump it back real quick. Oh, and a push to take it, though. A push to take it as Whidbey gets around Bowden. Bring up another replay. I love how it stutters. There, right there, you see it able to make that cut through. We talked before the race about T1 and 2. Being on the outside of T1 doesn't necessarily hurt you with T2 being so close and lining yourself up for the inside of that corner. Lester and Westfall. Seuss now into the pits. No. Why'd that say in? As Poloni takes position over Bowden. Bowden opening that gap very, very quickly. I'm sorry, Poloni opening the gap over Bowden very quickly after making that pass. And Jeremy Lafile continues to lead this race. Now a new fastest lap from him, 1:43.995. You saw that announcement a little while ago. Still running at last lap in a 1:44, so maintaining a great consistent pace throughout this race so far. Now 19-second gap back to Vasily. So Lafile running those double stints. Jeremy Donadieu and Malik Mamad taking over later. But these guys have got to be ecstatic about today's race so far. Able to get up into P1 right off the jump. Chase down that P1 in the first 2 laps and then hold on to it as Paul Muller heads into the pits now. And with everything spread out, folks, I'm going to take a few moments and get myself some breakfast. I'm going to throw you on autopilot and hopefully it will catch as much as possible. But I will be back. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. I just need to get something to eat in me before I pass out. That would be horrible. I don't want to pass out. Well, Philip will come back and wonder what happened to me. So stick around, everybody. We're here for the entire 12 hours at Barcelona as these drivers continue to battle into the morning hours. Track temps so far holding steady with the sun not quite up yet. 27C. It's currently 5:55 a.m. on track. Stick around right here for Box 3 Motorsports, 12 hours at Barcelona, folks. Be right back. Back at it here in the booth, folks. Again, appreciate the opportunity to step away for a moment and get some food. Let's check in. Alex Whitby right now, the closest with Poloni and Eric Muxka right there behind. We'll also have to keep it back here on Max Wasabi coming under pressure from Ben Boudry. What is everyone else having for breakfast today as Muxka drops into the pits now? Going to spread that out a little bit. Now Whitby only having to deal with Poloni. What's everyone else having for breakfast today? Out of curiosity. There we have it. Muxka into the pits because of a drive-through. There's our first one of the day. 30-second loss there, 29.6 to absorb that penalty. And I take that back because I'm seeing more now. Edward Klester having served a drive-through as well. And there you see Ben Houdry getting around. Max Wasabi down into T1. Ben now going to be able to open up that gap as Max Wasabi struggling with a back marker. Going to hold him up a little bit. Yannick Kurtz getting around Sam Bowden towards the front, taking up P11. Some of these drivers starting to come back together. We're going to get some battles going. Ben opening it up beautifully. 1.5 seconds. Again, Wasabi having to struggle with a back marker. Same for Yannick Kurtz up here, opening it up to about 1.5 seconds over Sam Bowden once getting clear. Alex Whitby and Poloni coming back together slowly. Poloni reeling him in.
Hello, hello, sir.
He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Philip Weltcakes returns. How goes the stewarding, sir?
Man, it's there were a lot of early incidents, but I feel like we got to handle it on it all. And just looking back through the data right now with the top three, and it looks like Lafile has really opened up with 48 laps done in this race, 10 hours, 34 minutes left. I'm just looking at his average lap pace over his first stint, a 44.8 for average lap times. And when you compare that to the remainder of the field behind him, like P2 first stint average lap was 45.344. So like Lafile has got some serious pace, but he's also got 10 and a half hours of traffic to navigate.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see how that all works out. In terms of pit stop times, we're looking at a minute 11.5 from the race leader, and a minute 11, minute 10 and a half, minute 11. That seems to be kind of what we're looking for. If it's okay with you, sir, I can paste the pit wall link in chat if you would like me to give people access to the live timing stuff that I'm looking at.
Well,
not everything that I'm looking at, but at least they'll get the timing sheet.
Let me go ahead and do that only because, and I was going to ask, but I wanted to make sure it was okay with you, just because you won't be able to, but I can.
Looks like it let me.
No, it just showed up as little dots.
Oh, gotcha.
I got you, though.
Neat. I can see it, though.
There we go.
Yeah. So, yeah, from looking at the pit wall data, we're looking at a minute 10, minute 11, going to be like your average pit stop time. So the people that are going in for damage or pit mistakes, they're going to be dealing with a little bit more in terms of time. Any big developments while I was gone that kind of caught your attention? Check real quick.
Sorry about that, man. I got distracted for just a moment.
Quite all right. Quite all right. I was asking if there was any big developments while I was gone that kind of caught your attention.
Nothing huge. We saw, obviously a few more incidents.
It's an endurance race. That's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Some folks coming together looking to make a little bit more of an aggressive pass than maybe they should have. Mm-hmm. Ben Houdry doing very well right now. Currently in P20, but I say doing well because got around Max Wasabi, has now opened that gap to 7 seconds and is very quickly closing in on P19. Not a huge pace difference, although best laps, they were about equal last lap, but best laps between these two, Ben Houdry, a 145 to Miriam Zink's 147. So about a little over a second gap there.
Interesting.
We'll see if he continues to tighten that up. Again, now down to 7/10, so obviously has pace.
I'm looking right now and just seeing a few drivers struggling. I'm wondering if the cold temperatures really caught people out. 28C right now on track, which is warm. It's just a warm temperature, but not going to be warm relative to the rest of the day.
No, not at all. I mean, we're seeing the low end, but it has gone up one more degree. And now it's after 6 o'clock. I'm waiting for the sun to come up. It seems to be very dark for 6 o'clock in the morning this time of year in Barcelona. It should not be this dark still. Or am I wrong there? It's just...
I'm looking right now. I mean, it is still, yeah, it is still really dark. Not gonna lie. Let me double check the broadcast app real quick. Just don't want to see what the in-game time says. Just looking.
And as I said,
so we're an hour and 30 into the session, so yeah, we should be getting close to the sun starting to rise. Actually, I'm starting to see what I think could be like, we're hitting that moment of I forgot what it's called. The end of civil twilight.
Yeah,
I believe is the meteorological term.
And there it happened. Ben, I was just going to talk about it, but Ben Houdry able to make a clean pass on Marion Zink to take up P19. Certainly has the pace there. About a half a second difference in their last laps. And that's the same move we saw Ben make last time, coming down into T1 through T2. And you and I talked about it before the race, that was going to be, or that I believe that was going to be somewhere, where we were going to see some passing, and we've seen quite a few there today.
Yeah, and Zink dealing with a little bit of front-end damage on that AMG, I think might be slowing him down a little bit. Also, AMG card that I find personally pretty tricky to drive in general. So I'm betting if he's dealing with any kind of like setup trouble from collisions or damage or anything like that, it's just going to make him, just a little bit slower. But again, 10 hours, 28 minutes left in the race. I think it's going to be plenty of time to make up some spots. Looking through the data right now, the next closest fight you got is Mukska and Cluster.
Yep.
The 7 BMW and the 693 Porsche. Currently 0.391 back, exiting Sector 1 right now.
We get focused in on them, and it's, Lester closing it in very quickly there. That gap was about a second and a half a lap ago.
Yeah, I'm just watching Cluster, and actually I'm going to pull up on pit wall real quick. I want to take a look at Cluster overall on the average, or Cluster, and see where he's at in terms of average lap times. Where is he at in this list?
You're going to have to show me how to use it.
I will totally show you how to use pit wall. It's my favorite ACC tool. Easily. I mean, I love the overlay stuff. I love ACC TV. I love Race Labs. Like, I love all those overlay apps and stuff like that. But the thing that I love about Pitwall and what it provides, I feel like is very different from what people might expect. It is very much a strategy tool.
Yeah.
I don't like, I use it in broadcasts to show relative deltas starting to close. Because once you bring up that time series graph and you see the two lines starting to come together, it's like, obviously one car is catching another. Looking right now between Cluster and Mukska, and which is now pulled back. He's now 0.6 back from Mukska in the 7 BMW. The gap has been fluctuating between these two, anywhere from between 1.1, 1.2 seconds all the way down to 0.3. So it could be that maybe Mukska, which, by the way, I was completely wrong. He's driving an M6. So there is one in the field. He gets a little bit of dirt going into the Seat hairpin. So it looks like the pace for Mukska is fluctuating a little bit. Wonder if it could be more than halfway into the second stint. Actually, no. Mukska, the 7 car, had to take a drive-through. Yeah, I got a 32.031 second pit lane travel, so I bet he had a
well, both these drivers have had drive-throughs.
Interesting.
Mukska and Cluster have both had to serve drive-through penalties.
So we've already had track limits.
Oh yeah, Wasabi as well had to serve one.
Biting people early on in this race, and we're a little over an hour and a half in. Other close fights that you might be interested in. Disqualified for speeding in the pit lane. I'm gonna have to pause and go take care of that real fast.
Looks like Cluster now making the move. Every time we see it down that start-finish straight into T1.
And it looks like
in from Mukska though, or I'm sorry, from Cluster. A little bit of a turn in through T1 right there, but Cluster able to hold on. These guys clear a little backmarker traffic. I'm also keeping an eye on Widp and Alessandro Pallone for P9 ahead. They're starting to cruise together a little bit. And it looks like both these guys. Oh, and a push there. Wow, Mukska getting knocked around with backmarker traffic, now dropping a ton of time. But Cluster with open air now catching up on Savinov.
Yeah, his pace is starting to drop off pretty fast. I'm wondering if he could be dealing with maybe a puncture, something else going on. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, I'm just like looking at his times relative to the rest of the field, and he does seem to be losing pace. somewhere. But then again, we are starting to see some fluctuations in this field.
Robert Seuss, I'm seeing in the chat, is in another M6, by the way. So you were double wrong.
Double wrong,
I think that's what chat's trying to tell you, is that you were double wrong.
I mean, can I go for the triple? Can I go for the hat trick?
And a shooting dive from Klester, very clean. Gets around Savinov like he was sitting still.
Klester looks like he's on a mission.
Yeah, that was a great pass. And had Savinov by about 0.7 of a second last lap. And about 0.6 on their best between the two of them.
Looking at average lap times from Klester right now, and definitely seems to be really kind of starting to come back into some good pace. Although last lap was a 48.1, but he did have to move around some traffic.
Mm-hmm.
But fastest lap for him so far, 45. And actually, that's his teammate, Stefan Friends, 45.832, fastest lap for the 693 Porsche.
They're doing well today so far, though. But right now, Widpy and, Pallone coming together. Slowly. Pallone really just trying to reel him in. A little bit at a time. Seeing a little bit of the accordion action going between the two. But I don't think it's going to be too long before they come together, barring an incident. Also back in P26, Justin Gottlieb and Avon Newland.
So looking right now... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Grizz in chat asking how Hemming is doing. I don't see Hemming right now, so let me know. Give me a car number, sir, and we'll go check it out. Oh,
actually, I can
Muska
find it real
and
quick.
Savinov. Muska taking his spot back.
So car 75.
Car 75.
Hemming. So Hemming right now sitting P6 in the Maka. Looks like he might be a lap down to Lafay or Lafile right now. Not sure. Let's take a look.
He just clicked it over, so they're both on lap 55.
They're all on the same lead lap.
Yep.
So Hemming, let me take a peek for Grizz in the data, and see how Hemming is doing relative to his friends around or his competitors in the field. So he's chasing down Bunyan in the 321 car, which currently has a 10-second time penalty. So there will be a 10-second benefit to car 75 coming their way during the pit stops. Currently 4.6 seconds back, 4.3 seconds back, so could jump him in the pits easily. And he is pulling away from the 789. So the 789 Fezza, I believe that is the Iran Racing Team Fezza, 18.663 back from Hemming. So a solid P6 right now for Hemming. Going to probably convert to a P5 after pit stops.
Rest of our drivers very well spread out today. Things have calmed down a little bit. You have these lulls between the pits, right?
Between the pits, and also Barcelona is a track that the field tends to stretch out pretty easy. Because I mean, it's a track that's got some complexity to it, and it's got some real tough spots, real aggressive curbing in some sections. Places where you could have a really unfortunate incident and end up with a lot of damage.
We certainly have seen incidents today. Now, how is because I've never done it because I'm typically sitting here, so I've never participated. Mm-hmm. So the live stewarding, I know the team, one of the team members we have a form they submit the incident with a little clip of it, a little video, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You guys are reviewing it. You're making a determination on penalty. How is that penalty served during the race. Now, is that an in-game function that you can add a 10-second penalty so that when they go into the pits, they're locked for that 10 seconds?
That's correct. Yeah. So
Okay.
what happens is you increment the time penalty because ACC limits us on what we can kind of apply in terms of a penalty. And then once that penalty is applied, they will serve that during their next pit stop. If it happens in the last stint, that time will be added to the time at the end of the race.
Gotcha. Okay.
And now there are penalties in the game. Like, for example, we've seen a number of drive-throughs for speeding on the pit lane.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a number of penalties, stop and goes for pit lane infractions. It is very much the case that those penalties are applied by the game.
Yes.
And wherever possible, well, I mean, in most cases, 99% of the cases, that penalty is going to stand because the game gave you that infraction for a reason. As much as we all tend to get frustrated with the game, track limits, all those other things too, it's the same for everyone, good or bad. So that sort of penalty application, 99% of the time, at least in my experience, holds.
Well, I think the only time that people, and I got to catch up here, I was watching Bowden and Aguilar, and I got to get up here with Whidbey and Poloni coming together again. As I said, Poloni's been reeling him in.
Yep.
Slowly but surely getting him pulled in. I think the only penalties really that an admin is willing to go in and wipe is a disqualification for something stupid, right?
So like that, we're doing stuff like wiping that penalty for the purposes of applying a stop-go. You know, to make sure that the car isn't disqualified from the race, add the stop-go penalty. They can serve that. That's more than acceptable.
Yeah.
So, but right now, I think with the current state of like the pit lane and stuff like that, people are really going to have to watch that pit entry and make sure they don't get nailed with that stop-go or that drive-through.
We've certainly had a good number of, not a good number, but a few stop-goes today. Let me see here. I know there were at least two. There's one, Douglas Mitchell, with a stop-go for his team today. Stop-go on Retro Coffin. That was the other one. So we've had that. We've had several drive-throughs for multiple drivers. So the track limit's certainly playing havoc with a few people. We'll see if that continues as these guys go through this 12-hour event. 10 hours and 16 minutes left to go. We are here all day long. As right now, we watch Alex Whidbey catch up on the back of Robert Seuss. We may get one more three-way battle today. There's that BMW of Robert Seuss that you lied about earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Only the facts here. And by the facts, I mean me being wrong. That's factually accurate.
Listen, if I got paid for every mistake I made, I'd be able to retire.
Rich.
It'd be on my even wildest dreams. Yeah, 100%.
Yep. If I got paid for every mistake I made, man, so like I would finally be able to get that Swiss bank account I've always wanted.
Right? I could actually afford to race for real. Whidbey able to... Oh, and another push, though. That's not good, as Alex Whidbey just takes a hammering. Alessandro Poloni able to take advantage, trying to get ahead of Robert Seuss. But Whidbey pushed around that corner. Yannick Kurtz getting ahead of him now.
So that's going to drop him a couple spots.
Yeah, looks like he lost 3 there. Robert Seuss.
Now I'm looking at the car. It doesn't look like there's like significant damage to the car itself. Looks like he just got shoved off. So hopefully not going to suffer too much in terms of loss of pace.
Yeah, and especially with only 14 minutes till the top of the hour, depending on when they dropped, last time, if they can hold off for that, for that top of the hour pit stop or near top of the hour pit stop, it's going to be better to go and do everything at once than having to go in twice.
Correct.
Sam Bowden and Alejandro Aguilar now coming together. We saw just a moment ago, Klaas Westphal able to get ahead of Jenny Savinov. Seuss and Poloni coming back together. We'll keep an eye on
937 speeding in the pit lanes. That is unfortunate.
Poloni taking a look to Poloni, probably Poloni. Taking a look to the inside into T1, but not able to hold it. Seuss holding on to that P8 position. Back to Bowden and Aguilar. You're good, Huff. I know you're getting whacked. You're getting beat up harder than some of these cars on track.
So for the folks in chat, we do have the sun starting to change the skyline. Starting to lighten up. Yep, starting to lighten up. If we're looking at track temps up to 28C, I believe that is west-southwesterly wind of 1 kilometer. Optimum track conditions, cloud cover. Again, I think it's going to be blistering on this track once that sun gets into the sky.
Yeah, I'm still seeing stars, which means there's no cloud cover whatsoever. Mm-hmm. I don't believe there's much of a chance of rain during today's race.
I don't see any in the forecast for the next 30 minutes, and that's kind of what I tend to keep my eyeballs on. Because with weather variants and ACC, they do weather simulations. There's actually, I need to find the website and send it to you. There's a guy that came up with almost like a weather forecast model for ACC where you plug in the stuff and you can kind of like time progress to figure out over the simulation what you could expect.
Well, the one I use,
fascinating stuff.
Yeah, the one I use actually when we were setting weather conditions for Xbox races at Box 3, you put in parameters, hit go, and it runs 1,000 simulations and gives you percentages. And I don't think Webcakes can hear me.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, can
it's
you?
pretty
Okay.
impressive stuff. Yeah, no, that's all. No. I was just listening and just kind of like just thinking about, like, to me, like that is one aspect, and I don't know how experienced Chad is with the ACC universe. But the one thing that I feel like Assetto Corsa brings to the table that you don't see in other sims, like the ones that you see on console normally, is the amount of tooling and the amount of applications we have around the game itself that just enhance the experience.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, like, we have weather forecasting tools for this game now. Like, that is wild, man. The only other universe where I've seen, or the only other like hobby space when it comes to simulation gaming is like Microsoft Flight Sim kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's one thing they did was open this up a little bit to where you can tool it pretty easily. Obviously not as moddable as something like Assetto Corsa itself, right? That mod community there's thousands of pieces of mod out there for that. You can't do that with this because it's licensed, it's GT3 only, well, GT3, GT4, SRO, SRO Motorsports. So they're not going to allow different cars, different tracks, things of that nature. But
no prototypes.
But if you look at what you can do with liveries, if you look at what you can do with, again, the support apps of ACC TV, Pit Wall, the weather simulation stuff, there's a ton of things wrapped in it that are just absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
Let's jump up a little higher. Mark Bunyan now, Miles Hemming, finally closing that gap.
Yeah, Bunyan and Hemming.
Oh, and we've got a mix-up here, though. Oh, as Whitby gets around Robert Seuss. Now, Seuss, so quite a toss-up here we've seen in the last little bit. Robert Seuss was running P8, now all the way down to P11. Malone, Kurtz, and Whitby all able to get around. So Seuss losing a lot of time. I mean, his last lap, a 1:49.3. That's That's 2.5 seconds off his pace, off his fastest at a 1:46.8.
Indeed, it is track awareness, man. It saves you time, and when you're doing the endurance race thing, you can't lose time.
No,
it's the most important thing. Like you're racing other cars on track, but the cars on track are almost like they're like walls. They're like moving walls. They're like obstacles. The thing you're racing is a clock.
Yeah.
Like you are trying to put as many laps down in 12 hours as you can, because the person who puts the longest race distance in 12 hours going to be the winner.
Yeah.
So it's that simple.
Now I've lost my train of thought. There was something I was going to say to you, and I about what you were saying, and I completely lost my train of thought because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be. I don't mean to. Well, for chat's benefit, like I don't mean to like John Madden this conversation and say, well, the team that scores the most points wins, as if that's like some sort of like big, insightful sort of like observation. But when it comes to endurance racing, it really comes down to that. The team that puts the most laps in 12 hours is going to be the winner. It's just going to be down to that. So don't lose time. Dodge the cars. Keep a cool head. Stay out of the pits as much as you can. That's it. It's that simple.
It is that simple. That's why people like me, I can't win because I can't go fast.
Yeah, but can you be consistent?
That I try my best to do. Miles Hemming taking up position on Mark Bunyan, pushing him back to P6. Got a bunch of battles now starting to happen just as we're going to get into pit times. These guys are going to be heading back in. So Mark Bunyan dropping back. Hemming opening it up pretty quickly. Blown under pressure from Kurtz. Kurtz, a regular Box 3 racer. Someone I have experience watching. And this time able to grab it and hold on through the series of corners right there. But Whidpy right there to take advantage if he can. The Audi of Pallone not looking the healthiest on the side. There's been some door banging there.
You might want to go take a peek at the battle between 991 and car 17.
991. Oh, we're up front for third, are we?
Like, I'm not sure, like, what is happening here, but I see, at least from what Pitwall's telling me, that gap has closed down. Not sure if that fight's already determined or what. Or Pitwall could be lying.
About a 1 second gap right now between them.
Like that is closed down in, and not only that, I saw a 991 in particular struggling out of turn 1 to get the traction down. Like the car was doing big drifto.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like Samuel Vila in the number 17. That is the Glitch Motorsport entry, chasing down the 991 BMW Sim Racing, and that is Vasily Onfriev.
Onfriev, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to give that a shot. Last lap was a 47. What was it? 47.230, and Vila a 45.935.
Yep. Now, to be fair, Vasily's fastest is about 0.2 off. About a tenth off of Vila's pace. So, and again, that's just fastest lap. But obviously, Vasily having a problem on that last one if he ran a 47. The gap to our race leader right now, 36.2 seconds. So Jeremy Lefile just opening it up front. Yannick Kurtz, Alessandro Pallone. Alex Whidpy still right there as we come through the chicane.
So many battles tightening up. But, I mean, it kind of is to be expected. We're getting close to the end of that second stint. We got 54 minutes on, who is that? Manuel Catalano, 54 minutes into his stint. We've got 52 minutes on Samuel Vila.
Okay.
So we are definitely getting close to when these guys are going to be making their next scheduled pit stop.
Yannick Kurtz still defending against Alessandro Pallone. Now, what I'm going to find interesting is, as we come into the pit stops, we talk about, driver changes, everything else. Jeremy Lefile running a double stint up front. He's been in the car the entire time. That said, oh no, hold on, I broke my mouse. That just slowed down a lot. Jeremy with two teammates, Jeremy Lefile, Jeremy Donadieu, and Malik Mamad. Do his teammates have the same pace he does?
That is a good question. But the thing that I'm hopeful for is get them on fresh rubber. We'll have a full tank of gas, but what we can do is I can maybe hop in pit wall and take a look at the start of Jeremy's stints on full fuel and do a little bit of comparison. The big difference between Jeremy Lefile and his compatriots is they're going to be racing in the hotter parts of this 12-hour race.
True.
So they might have put their fast driver in to quali in the dark and then race in the dark when the temperatures are cool. If he can avoid the blue flags and stuff like that and navigate through the traffic, they might have made the smart play with putting their fast driver in during the cool temps.
There we have Ben Hodry getting ahead of Savinov, and we got another accident. Justin Gottlieb, Ivan Daniel getting hung up together back here. Justin Gottlieb being the slow one to get off. Ivan Daniel actually picking up that position, and now going to do battle with Gilles Alleman.
So something I want to put a pin in for us to check back later. Let's check back in on this with 2 hours, maybe 1 hour left in the race. I'm looking at the Iran Racing Team 789 Ferrari going in for their second scheduled pit stop. First pit stop, 51 minutes, 47 seconds into their first stint, a 1 minute 18. Now, they could have taken a little bit of damage and wanted to resolve that, not lose pace over the remainder of a stint, but being 51 minutes in, I'm not buying that's a come in early for a repair job kind of thing. I wonder if they're putting their short stint at the front, doing full fuel stints all the way to the end of the race. We're just gonna have to wait and see how that turns out. But they're in for their second stop right now. Second stop out of the pits, a 107.8.
Wow.
So that's a fast stop.
That's a quick stop. Retro Coffin taking up P27 over Espen Kulen. Samuel Villa not quite able to close it down against Vasily up here for P2 so far. I mean, we're seeing it drop to about 7/10, 6/10, but not really getting in that danger zone of 4 and 3 so far.
So it looks like Vasily has kind of like put his foot down and found some pace, which is going to help him stay out in front. I just want to take a look while you're showing the folks some really quality racing from these guys. I want to take a look at average lap times between these two again.
Yeah, I have a feeling that now, and just as I said it, now we get into the danger zone. 3/10 separating these guys.
Yeah, Vasily did pick up the pace. 45.632, 45.309, still 3/10 to the advantage of Vila. Meanwhile, if we're looking behind Vila, who is that? That's a blue flag, but that's not a blue flag. That's it is a blue flag to them.
Catalano's about 51 seconds back from these guys, so that's going to be a blue flag behind him.
So that's Whitby, but Whitby just hanging out behind these guys. I don't know if he's trying to stay in Vila's draft, maybe do a bit of fuel saving. Could be playing the smart play, trying to recover some time. 30-second stop go for speeding in the pit lane for car 182. I wanted to go look at something
Number
real
937
fast.
car pulling a stop go 30.
I just wanted to double check real quick, and the pit board is still up because we're seeing a lot of stop go penalties. So I'm like asking myself, is the pit board gone? Which, by the way, for the folks at home that are watching, you always want to try and get your pit to a reference. Don't use
don't use the pit board.
Don't use the pit board.
Don't use the pit board. It's a bad idea. Don't use anything that sits on the track. Right? Mohammed Saeed Mohammed back on track now for another stint, getting around Edward Klester. As Gixxer said in the chat, keep an eye on Mohammed. I went to look for him, and sure enough, he's making a pass, already making moves.
So Mohammed coming out of the pits, so he's going to be back in the kind of mid-pack, pitting early. Could be that he's, again, we were talking about this earlier, he might be shaving a little bit of fuel off of his scheduled pit stops to try and race lighter over his full stint. What is his relative full stint to everyone else. Saving that fuel is going to make him a little bit quicker. And again, you're not going to have a full fuel stint at the end of the race if you're running full stops throughout the entire time. So you might be doing a little bit of math, trying to make that that Ferrari, that 789 Iran Racing Ferrari, a little bit lighter.
Manuel Catalano now into the pits, going to make their stop. Miles Hemming picking up P4. 39 seconds from our race leader now. Back to Vasily Anafriv. That's, during the last stop, LaField was able to stay out front through his pit stop. Never lost position.
Oh, but that's because he's got just like straight up monster pace right now relative to the field.
39 seconds is a lot of time to be ahead and be able to maintain that P1 as other drivers go in. And Vila now into the pits.
Yeah, so Vasily in the 991 BMW Racing M4 is going to get a little bit of a breather, but at the same time, Samuel Vila's had some really solid pace and 3/10 advantage. Is this an opportunity for the undercut? Maybe try and sneak out in front of him. I'm going to keep an eye on the pit timer because I want to see what Vila's second stop is, because he's the first of the top 3 to go into the pits.
So looking at the last stops, Vasily's team a little bit longer stop, 38. Actually, and I'm talking about actual sit time, because all the drive times are about the same, about 31 seconds. Some a little longer than others, 32, 32 and a half. LaFila was one of them with 32 and a half of drive time, and 36 seconds in the pit. Vasily 38.4 last time.
Yeah, losing time.
Vila's there.
Can't give it up in the pits, man. You gotta play it smart.
Gotta be ready. Hit that. The worst is having to back up, right? You see the guys that go in and they have to back up. So Vila now out 37.2 stop time and a 32.1 drive time.
So Vila back out on track in a 113.992 in the pits, which is going to be tragic.
That's a long, it seemed like a long stop.
Yeah, that is a very long stop. That is in the neighborhood of like some of the fast cars. That's another thing too about, let's go back to the Iran Racing team. I'm really interested to see how their strategy plays out. 107 and change in the pits. They're spending less time in the stall because they're putting less fuel in the car.
Okay.
And I wonder if that's having an effect at all. Now, they are probably taking tires. If they're taking tires, that whole, I'm saving fuel in the pits thing goes away, because you're sitting for 30 seconds anyway if you're taking tires. It doesn't matter. So I'm kind of interested to see why did they get out in a 107? Everybody else is getting out in a 110, 111. Slow boys are getting out in 113s, 114s. Maybe Gixxer knows. Gixxer's a seasoned driver.
Now, how long are your tire? You're going to roll double stints on your tires?
It kind of depends. The temperatures are about to get ridiculous. It's already hot for 6:46 a.m. Thereabouts. Let me pull up the
28C is spicy for 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or
28C, and man, we are easily 6-7 hours from the hottest part of the day. And that's going to hit, and man, let me tell you, that's going to hit right at the end of the race too.
Well, that's what, I'm looking at this going, okay, the sun's not up yet. It's starting to come up, but it's not up yet. Obviously,
we're almost 30 C.
And then we're almost 30 C ambient. The track temp's sitting the same right now because, again, no sunshine hitting it. But I see, if this holds, I'd be willing to bet by the time we get to around 10 a.m., you know, we got
Mm-hmm.
just under 10 hours left to go. By the time we're getting around that 10 a.m., 11 a.m. hour in game, I really think you're going to see ambient temps in the 40s, right? If we're already at 28 or close to 40, maybe 39, 38. And then that sun starts hitting the track. Now, let me, again, you being a more seasoned driver than I am, with the temperature rising the way it doesn't do so evenly across the entire track, or does it? And I'm talking about, this is a sim.
For me,
in other words, if the sun rises in the east, starts hitting that side of the track first, the farther side, maybe there's trees, stand, hill, whatever in the way. Are we going to see, are the drivers going to feel even temps around the entire circuit, or could part of the circuit be cooler than the rest, as would happen in the real world?
I think that, I don't know if they model it that far.
Okay.
To be honest, I think that well, first off, I feel like the ambient temperature is the one that matters the most.
Yep.
And because the ambient temperature it's happening relative to the entire track. It's not happening to like a location.
Okay.
I think you're looking at more of a what is it? It's going to have a more consistent effect for everyone.
It's going to be a more global effect across the entire track, I guess you said.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Our race leader, Jeremy Lafile, into the pits now.
I'm going to go handle a stewarding thing real quick. I'll be right back, sir.
Sounds good. Meanwhile, I should just fix things. Lafile now back out. Again, we will see who's taken over in the car. A bit faster on the pit stop this time. 34.5 sitting stop, still at 32.3 drive time. So a little over a minute. Did well. And again, shortened that pit stop up just a little bit this time by about 2 seconds. But again, coming out in P1, Malik Mamad has taken over driving that vehicle, as Vasily Anufriv is into the pits for their pit stop. Miles Hemming heading in. Oscar Tringale taking over in the number 17 Ferrari. Malik Mamad now leading the pack. 42 seconds the gap back to Tringale. That gap just keeps getting wider with every stop. And we will see what kind of pace Mamad can take. Obviously, last lap going to be slower coming out of the pits at 152. But as they get started on lap 72, we'll see where it goes. Mark Bunyan now into the pits. Yannick Kurtz into the pits as well. Our top 10 drivers now starting to head in and clearing the stops needed to get their driver swaps completed. SOP Motorsports' next stop's going to be slow to fix damage and take our penalty. 20 seconds compared to those rest. Might still hold on to P6. It looks like Hemming is out rolling. Malik Mamad leads us out. Oscar Tringale taking over for the number 17 car, and Boris Garafulan taking over in the 991. Maxim back in the number 5. McLaren. Kurtz, Bunyan, and Pallone all into the pits right now. A lot longer pit for Bunyan. 50 seconds stopped right there in that 321 BMW. So not too bad for giving damage and a penalty. Coming back out P7 with about a 6-second advantage over Yannick Kurtz, who's just headed back out. So SOP Motorsports going to be able to hold on there. P7, but now about a 19-second gap up to Saeed Mohammed. Done very, very well for his team today. Again, time to take a quick look at the position deltas. Our race leader up 1. Second place, Oscar Tringale right now down 1. Those guys have trading spots after about 2 laps at the beginning of this event. Cars 3 and 4 right there. The 991 and the number 5 up 1 and 2 respectively. Again, Adam Grevson now and team, given all the shifting that's happened, obviously you want to move up, but at the same time, I'm P5 and I've held on to it the whole time. No problems, no fuss, no muss. Maybe I just sit here and tool around for the next, 9 hours and 48 minutes. They Mohammed down 3 from the start of this. That team's struggling a bit, but at the same time, Mohammed, someone in the chat said, very fast. Let's jump down here, though. Giovanni Maria Filibert and Quentin LSL coming together. Filibert in that Audi, number 9, and Quentin LSL, the other one. These Audis keep coming together and battling each other for this P9 slot throughout the course of this race. We've seen it several times. My man Zap, what's going on? Jim Boy Horn getting laggy. Do you mean the stream, Jim Boy, or do you mean the server? The stream looks good where I'm watching it, but that could be, that could be wrong. Filibert doing well to hold Quentin at bay thus far. Alejandro Aguilar having the best race today, though, up 10 positions. Not the best. You can see a little further down, Jordan Strode sitting P18. They're up 15 spots today. But you have to remember, Aguilar driving this race solo today. So really putting on a show. Graveson and Mohammed now coming to blows. We talked about Mohammed a minute ago as he seeks out that opportunity on Graveson. Aguilar and Stefan Frenz coming together further back now. Frenz looking for a gap to squeeze that Porsche through. That's the sun rising in game. Yes, it is, Zap. It is currently 6:56 a.m. on track. As Stefan Frenz, these guys clear back markers. Frenz with the inside line down into T1. Not quite there, though. Aguilar going to hold on for one more round. Yeah, it is currently 6:56 a.m. in game. Track and ambient temp now up to 29°C. So we wait for the sun to rise. Start applying heat to the tarmac. We'll see how sticky everybody's tires get as things heat up. They start to burn rubber off of them. Aguilar defending well. Friends has made several moves today, though. We've seen he's patient, and he will wait for that opportunity, continuing to watch Philibert and Quentin LSL a little further ahead. Nine hours, 43 minutes remain in today's race. It's a common theme today. I said it last time we took a look. Battle of the Audis for P9. And right there, Stephen Friends able to clear Aguilar. Jumped it back real quick. Friends able to pull that inside line to gain the position. And it looks like Aguilar has already taken it back. Friends able to sneak around again. But can he hold it? Not quite. And now Esteban Antal coming around. That time it sticks a little bit better. Friends able to clear him this time and get solidly in front of Aguilar, but Antal, as these guys clear back markers, Antal may be the next one to dance with Aguilar. Always gonna get hot, Zap. Yes, it is. It's gonna be toasty on track as we get through today. We talked earlier about Malcolm Mamad and you know, the teammates of our leading 640 Ferrari and whether or not, I'm sorry, yeah, our leading 640 Ferrari, and whether or not they would have the same pace that we saw earlier out of the, you know, the double stint run of Jeremy Lafile. It looks so far as though Malik does with a 144.6 as his last lap. He's right down in that 144 range that we saw Lafile maintaining. Get focused back in on Aguilar and now Antal. Even Friends clearing out by almost 2 seconds with clean air in front of him. Ben Adders now into the pits, giving up spot to Retro Coffin and Matthew Schwartz. Something to keep in mind here, you know, we talked earlier about Alexander Aguilar having a great race, up 15 spots so far. But why did he come up those 15 spots? Well, if it was because of incidents around him, and Aguilar, every time we've watched him race, has been very good at avoiding trouble. Doesn't mean he's never involved in an incident, but what it means is, you know, especially those opening lap incidents, he's able to stay out of the scrum and the pileup and get himself very far ahead. Now, the question then is, can he maintain? But as we look at this... So Aguilar's fastest lap, a 146.582. If we look at Antal right now, that team's fastest lap, a 1:45.295. It's over a 1 second difference. Right now, holding about even because they're battling, but at the end of it, with such a second and a half gap, almost second and a half gap in there, that's a lot of gap for Aguilar to play defense against for the entirety of this race. Alexander Dudarev now dealing with Ludwig Defning. And, you know, the reason I bring that up about Aguilar is more about, you know, my own experiences in iRacing and in ACC. If I can avoid the scrum at the beginning, yeah, I might go from P12 to P2. I'm probably not going to be able to hold it, though. I'm not that fast of a driver. Aguilar much faster than I am here with his 146s, but is he faster than Antal and able to hold that for the rest of this race? Dudarev now defending against the Audi of Ludwig Defning. As Aguilar and Antal come back together in T1. You see there, Defning able to get around Dudarev. And Antal desperately trying around the outside. Getting pushed very wide, though. Oh, and a door bang there. And spins himself. Antal sliding back. Aguilar survives for another day and another lap here at Barcelona. Espen Kulin and David Costa now come together. Something we haven't seen a lot of today. Aston Martin and McLaren doing battle for P25. Austin running off into the dirt, giving Kulin running off into the dirt, giving Costa the opportunity to get ahead there as we jump back up to Defning and Dudarev. Defning holding on in that number 86 Audi. We see a driver up in the corner deciding to take the runoff before just rejoining like a madman. Number 32 car, Johnny Mannerm. Lordy Lou. Just comes shooting back in like a savage. Now, folks, this is one of the things we talked about here. And I'm unsure why. I mean, these guys, that was for position right there. Johnny Mannerm moving up into P27. as Hank Goossens struggles to keep it on track. A lot. Oh my goodness. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Now, this is where sometimes you got to take a step back and maybe stop driving. Because that can't be good at all. And honestly, I'm just keeping camera focused here to see where he goes and how re-entry works out. And Goossens losing a spot to Christopher Flores now down into P29. Goossens struggling with that Audi. Maintain some semblance of control, but let's get back up here. Deffing and Duderov continue to run close together. As you can see in the sky above the tracks, ladies and gentlemen, very few clouds today. That sun's gonna be up blazing. Quentin Smith and Evan Kim now coming together for P20. Back marker between them, however. Or I should say they are the back markers. Quentin Smith partnered up with Max Wasabi and Jens Van Overland for today's race in the number 167 McLaren. Now Evan Kim in an Audi. Deffing and Duderov come back together. And Goossens now heading into the pits. The Audi we saw earlier, that number 740 Audi we saw earlier, struggling to even stay on track. I don't know if there was damage there. It was hard to tell from the angles we got, but heading into the pits now, and probably a good idea. Soon be joined back with my co-commentator, Philip Welp Cakes. I call him Mr. Cakes. Smith and Evan Kim down into T1 now. The door banging continues. Evan Kim able to get the inside line and hold on to it for now, but not quite. And a good push there. Quentin Smith pushing Evan Kim off track. Evan Kim spun hard, possibly losing one more spot as Retro Coffin starts to tighten up that gap. We'll keep an eye there. Retro Kim hung up in some other traffic, but Retro Coffin coming right there from around the corner. Doing very well himself today. And again, one of our solo drivers. Other than the fact that Retro Coffin drives a Porsche, he's an all right guy too. There's no accounting for taste, nor we can't all be perfect. Malik Mamad now opening the gap up front to 45 seconds. Oh, for Oscar Tringale. Taking a look at those last laps there. An 0.833 seconds over Oscar. Had PC issues the second it was my turn to run, and of course now it works fine. After we're 10 laps down. Who are you, Sleepy? Where are you into? Coffin, yeah, Coffin's not going to be feeling good about himself at the end of it. I can tell you this, at 12 hours, it's going to be fine. I'm going to get up here in a few moments once Mr. Cakes joins me back here. I'm going to let him take over for a few moments and take myself a little break. I got to get some more water and everything. But my point being that 12 hours sitting here in the booth, not too bad. For a driver, I can only imagine. I can tell you now, 24 hours sitting in the booth, that's rough. Jordan Strode now under pressure from Gilles Ailman. Traffic all bunched up with these guys. We've got drivers everywhere. Ailman able to get around Strode. Gilles taking up P18 now. Number 76. As soon as I find you on my list here. Or did you guys leave did you leave completely?
Hello, sir. I'm back.
He is back. The Mad Steward is back. You handing down the penalties?
A few.
There's more. Don't worry, there's more. We saw like at least 2 incidents while you were gone.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Just gonna add that to my page 1 on my CV.
Right, there you go. League steward for keeping the cats herded together.
It is 7:14 on track, and we're already up to 29 degrees.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye on it just to see it tick up to 30.
We're gonna punch through 30 by the time it hits 8 a.m. I bet you.
100%. Adam Griefson now off track, losing spot to Jonathan Reed, putting him up to P6. But Jonathan Reed able to move up. At 321, that's our SOP Motorsports car, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yes.
So they got their P6 back. They were running P6 before the last pit stop. Little slow. They took their 20-second penalty. They took and they did damage repair, so came out in P7. They were able to pick it back up and get themselves into P6 again with a mistake from Adam Griefson, sending himself off track. Retro Coffin slowly closing in on Evan Kim. Our livery didn't work. Oh, we got to go back to Deffing and Dudarov. That's not your livery? I thought that was your livery.
What's the car number?
321. Jonathan Reed.
Let me look.
I did do a livery pull. I did a pull right before the race, and I grabbed like 34 new ones. So I'm unsure why I wouldn't have them all. I think the only one I thought that I didn't have at one point was not this one. He left. What was his name? Huang. Team Huang. I did not have. That was a pure white Ferrari. So
no white.
The livery we submitted. What's that?
A snow white Ferrari.
It was a snow white Ferrari. So. All right, sir. With that said, I'm going to leave us here on Evan Kim and Retro Coffin. And I am going to take a quick step away. I'll probably be about 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
And we will go from there. But thank you for joining me. Thank you to everyone watching today. Thank you to all the drivers participating. And don't forget, we're here the whole time. 9 hours and 24 minutes left in today's 12 hours at Barcelona. Don't go away. You're going to want to be here the whole time. We've had action this whole race. And you get to listen to the fantastic Philip Webcakes provide great commentary.
Thank you.
So
appreciate it, man.
Oh no, I love it, dude. You're fantastic. I'm glad you could be here with me today. Even if Huff does keep stealing it, that punk.
I'll tell him you said it. But wait a minute, he's listening.
Oh,
we know
he's listening. He knows what I said.
Always listening.
I'll say it to his face, behind his back. I don't care.
No, I'll say it in your house.
I'll come right to your house and say, West Virginia's not that far. It's like a 7-hour drive. I could be there before the end of this race. I could be at Huff's house before the end of this race.
You could.
I could.
Don't do that.
I couldn't stream it at the same time. Well, I might be able to. Once I'm on the
that would be
interstate,
terrible.
That'd be fantastic. Watching the race on my phone while I'm driving.
Don't do that.
I'm not going to do that. Sounds like a very bad idea.
Man. Checking in. Let's check in while you're away. I'm going to check in with some pit wall facts and see if we can figure out what's happening in the top 3 right now.
All right, and I'm gonna stick us here with Deffing and Dudarev because they are running. These guys keep coming together, so hopefully that'll provide a little action while I've stepped away.
I will actually go find them in the app and take a look myself. I'll see you in a minute, sir.
Sounds good. Be right back.
Now, when Molson gets back, I want to ask him where he would like to meet. The same scrap you and I are about to have.
Oh man, dude, this fight between Deffing and Dudarev right now is heating up. So Deffing did have a moment where he did get past Dudarev in the 29, but Dudarev has been closing the gap down a bit. Now it's down to about 7/10. Just looking at average lap pace between Dudarev 46.352 and Deffing a 45.997. So Deffing does have pace advantage, but it does look like he's struggling right now in the current state of the car, maybe the current state of the tires, maybe the degree or two the temp has gone up, starting to have an effect.
Yeah, we're gonna see it heat up for sure, man. It's we based this race off of real life temperature, so I think the forecast for Spain was like 28 C today, so
yeah,
a little toasty on track today, boys.
Yeah, that is very, very toasty. But yeah, just watching on track right now. I'm poking around. You guys are watching the action between Deffing and Dudarev right now, and I am looking around right now, taking a look at some of the other fights that we've got happening on track. Well, like between Retro Coffin and Smith in the number 11 Audi, or excuse me, the 167 Mach.
Yeah, shout out to Retro for doing this solo in the Porsche of all cars. To try to maintain that beast for 12 hours.
Yeah, that's something. That's. I mean, I would question my life choices, but that's me.
Yeah, definitely. Good on him though.
So Deffing is holding pace, is holding a gap to Dudarev, not letting him get around him. Dudarev's got some work on his hands in the row. Looks like he's in one of the stock liveries, the Row Racing Porsche. Move going into the Seat hairpin looked kind of hairy, but cars stay going forward. The Worth curve up to the Campos fast right-hander. This is an area where, oh man, and the 8.6 does go off track at Worth curve right before I called it. It's almost like I can see into the future. So 8.6 is off track, and Dudarev is going to make way around him. That's okay though. Get your composure. Take a breath. Take a beat. Come back at it.
Yep. Borrow his toe for a while.
Yep, get up. I mean, he's got a pace advantage on him on the average, so just get up into his draft, maybe. You got another...
Yeah. Doesn't the Audi have a bit more top speed than the Porsche? It's a really strong car. They're very similar, like in style. You know what I mean? The way they're...
It does have a pace advantage on the Porsche. The area where it's going to struggle in relation to the Porsche is that Sector 3 that everyone loves so much with, the final chicane and the Lakaicha hairpin and stuff like that. So definitely going to be something where he can catch up in Sector 1, Sector 2, but he's going to have to make it happen in Sector 1, Sector 2. He can't goof around. just taking a look at some of the other pit wall data real quick. I wanted to take a look at the front runners because the story right now is the 640 Ferrari.
We just lost Jordan Strode, I believe.
Ooh, Jordan Strode.
Yeah, just dropped off the server.
I hope that is not technical issue.
Yeah, I can always tell because my software kind of freezes for a second when someone's disconnecting. You see them drop position, 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden they're just gone. So Matthew Schwartz now into the pits as Retro Coffin continues to chase down Evan Kim. Huff, how are you, sir? Or did he leave already?
No, I'm here. Kind of.
Heard you come in, and then I was like, I can't be in the room with this guy.
I am literally halfway here. One of my earbuds just died, so.
Oh, perfect.
The while you were away, I did pull up the top 3 just to get a stat comparison because we were wondering if Lafile was going to be the quick driver. And don't get me wrong, in terms of the lap times, he is the quick driver. Although, let me look real quick. I actually just got a weird update. Okay. 44.930 on the average right now for Mamad.
Okay.
44.892 for Lafile.
Wow, so these guys are running pretty close pace together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the pace figures are really close. We'll have to wait and see.
Justine Scheffer able to get around Adam Grevson.
That said, I'm going to go on mute again and go look at some penalties. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. And Justine Scheffer able to take up P7 over Adam Grevson. Scheffer did very well. We saw during our 24-hour race that we had a few months back with partner Yannick Kurtz. Those guys had a really good race until server issues shut us down at 21 hours. But Justine's a very on-pace driver, very consistent, and it's showing today with them holding on to P7 right now. As we take a look at the position deltas, you can see they're up 2 spots today. And we'll see if they're able to run down Jonathan Reed next, about 15 seconds off the pace today. Stewart's job is never done. These guys are killing it with getting these penalties knocked out. Thanks to both Kevin and Webcakes for pulling double duty here in the booth with me, as well as getting as much stewarding done as possible. Antal and Aguilar coming back together. Antal having gotten around a little while ago. Now Alejandro Aguilar looking to close it back in. As the BMW Nissan battle continues for P14. Lot of traffic to clear now. Aguilar getting hung up behind the back marker. .93 laps down now for our front runners. So many more to go. 9 hours and 14 minutes left Track still at 29C, ambient still at 29C, waiting for that next tick to happen. We know it's coming. Aguilar backing down a bit now. Gapped open to 1.5. Doesn't look like he's making a hard push to get around the back marker and get himself ahead. Check in with Malik Mamad as he continues to lead by about 45 seconds over Oscar Tringale, the number 17 Ferrari. And I've been trying to watch, and as you know, as Philip was talking about, he's pulling some data from pit wall and everything, but really looking at it, that 45 seconds has held for a good, you know, at least the last about half hour or so. So Oscar Tringale with the pace to maintain with Mamad, but just cannot close that gap at all right now. Both these guys running in 144s and 145s. So both staying very consistent throughout their laps, and it's just not going to be enough for Tringale to close it down. Take a moment as we keep an eye on Justine Scheffer, Adam Grevson trying to close back in on him, but take a moment and thank all of y'all for being here today, coming and watching, hanging out with me. Thank you to all the new followers. Again, as I mentioned, we do not put announcements in the chat because we want the focus to be on the race, but I do want to thank each and every one of you for following the channel. And now you know where to come. Some of the best ACC racing on Twitch. You can find it right here at Box3 Motorsports regularly. More events coming up. If you enjoy this kind of endurance racing, don't forget 949 Trackalicious and Box3 are coming together one more time this summer at Mount Panorama on August 20th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And you're going to be able to watch that right here at Box3 Motorsports. We'll have all of the action for the entire race. Mount Panorama, I love it. One of my favorites. One of my absolute favorite tracks. I encourage y'all to come back and see who can tame the mountain on August 20th. As we check in on Evan Kim and Retro Coffin. This Coffin heads into the pits just like that. So Evan Kim getting a bit of a reprieve and a breather for now. Aguilar and Dudarev coming together. We will start to prepare for another round of pit stops coming through here at the top of the hour. Udorov closing it up quickly, now within 4/10. He looks on the inside, but can he hold on to it? Oh, and goes a little too deep. Aguilar with his opportunity. Little tap right there as Dudarev is able to move ahead of Alejandro Aguilar. Take a look a little further up. Grevson now about to come under pressure from Philibert for P8. Audis everywhere we go today. These guys are battling constantly. As you see there again, you know, the back markers playing to the advantage of the leading driver as Philibert gets hung up. Grevson getting a little bit of a break in that McLaren. Now clear though, we'll see how quickly Giovanni can bring it back and close that gap to under 1 second again. A little bit of sunlight peeking out there. Track and ambient still at 29 degrees as we get to 7:35 a.m. in Barcelona today. You know, no matter what, you gotta admit one thing. Looking at that leaderboard, the Ferraris are just dominating this track today. The Audi's doing okay. I mean, 2 in the top 10. The BMWs have 3 up there, but really, just really unbelievable when it comes to the Ferraris just owning Barcelona so far today. Andreas, how are you, sir? It's too bad you're not here. We always enjoy watching you drive, but glad you could stop in and talk to us. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you're doing well this weekend. I am doing really well, except that it's the end of vacation, so I got to go back to work on Monday, and I don't want to. Beyond that, it's a great day. Endurance day. Love endurance race. Oh, and Filiberti just got a drive-through for track limits. Can't see it yet, but no doubt we will be seeing him go in soon. Oh, and another push there. Adam Graveson getting hit by Philibert, I believe. Yeah. Coming together. Luckily straightening things out quickly, but never a good thing to see. Aguilar and Deffing coming together again. And Deffing going deep into the corner. Someone tried that move on Aguilar once before, and it did not work out for him right away. Evan Kim now into the pits. Aguilar able to claim it back at least for a second. Both drivers going wide. And Deffing able to clear it off through both corners. Back to Grevson and Philibert. No one. I don't know why they wouldn't want you, Andreas. You're very speedy. Very speedy driver. But hopefully we will see you for the next ones. We have endurance races coming up at Watkins Glen. There's a 3-hour coming up at the end of the month. And we also have the last round of the 949 Trackalicious and Box Motorsports 6-hour summer endurance series on August 20th. So hopefully we will get you back on track very soon. Quentin LSL now starting to close in with these guys, so we're going to start to see even Laszlo starting to pull inside that 2-second mark. So as Grevson and Philibert battle, they're going to be running slower times. Philibert right now down by 1.9 seconds. Grevson 1.4 from their fastest. Their last laps 149s compared to the 145 and 6s they ran as fastest. So the battle's taking it out of them, and Quentin's going to be able to take advantage and get up there. Is Eric driving today? Track? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. And there, Filiberti heading into the pits to clear. That. Going to drop now position. With Laszlo and LSL. Grevson now, maybe without having to play defense, might be able to open this back up. We are now 100 laps in today, folks. Endurance races are always the best races. Philibert now losing at least 3 spots, just dropping to Chris Reardon after that drive-through penalty. Getting in and out quickly, 30 seconds in and out. That penalty will now be cleared. Eric, the lazy guy? No, I think I saw him in helping with stewarding with Huff and Whelpcake, so hopefully those guys getting a little bit of help. So while Graveson's out of danger for now, Quentin with Laszlo And there it is, folks, at 7:41 and 50 seconds. We are at 30C on track and ambient. Cast World, is the Ferrari good again? The Ferrari is doing a great job at Barcelona, that much I can tell you. Checking on Jonathan Reed, though. Showing contact there. Perhaps a little bit of a dust up. Saeed Mohammed now heading into the pits. Current P5. It's an Audi BMW sandwich coming up as Quinton catches back up on the end of Grieveson, and Laszlo continues to apply pressure from the rear. Hey, Brohup, you're going to want to hit the Discord and see if anybody can help you there. Unfortunately, I don't know it because I don't do endurance events, so I can't help with that. Fight going downhill as Laszlo is looking to get around Quinton LSL. Grieveson continues to lead this little pack. Now with Quinton right there and Laszlo looking to take advantage along with him. Quinton around Grieveson. And now Laszlo able to make the move. Let's go down. I see it in the chat. Quinton Smith leading a pack of Finn Adders and Lenhart Backham. Laszlo and Quinton still trading positions up here for P7 right now. Oh, and a push, a hard push there on Smith, getting him out of the way. Let's check back in for P7 though. Laszlo able to take the biggest advantage out of the last dust up we saw getting into P7. Quinton LSL still sitting in P8 with Griffson losing 2 spots to both of them. Morning, mechanic. Almost morning there. Holy cow. What time did this race start for you? Ah, Aussie time. There you go. That's why. Chris Reardon now P11 into the pits, dropping behind Philibert. Is Red racing? Of course not. Red no longer drives ACC, I don't think. Matthew Schwartz and Evan Kim now coming together. Once again, the Audis are front and center. Evan Kim getting advantage coming down the hill. Able to take up P21. Adam Gribson getting no kind of break. Now Amir Kasatarsh? Again, guys, with the names I tried. Red's probably in bed. Probably sleepy time for him. No, he's not in bed. I'm sure he's up doing something. He's a hard-working boy. Oh, and a door bang there, and Amir able to sneak by, but not in the cleanest manner possible. However, with clean air, instantly opens it up and blows out 2 seconds on Adam Grevson. Not the cleanest we've ever seen a pass go, though. Alejandro Aguilar now into the pits. What time does the first place do? So, their best lap so far is a 1:45.037, and they're staying down in that 1:45 range most laps. About 0.5, 0.6, somewhere in there. Aguilar coming back out on track in P16 with Anton Berzanev right there. Berzanev taking over for Alexander Dudarev. The road racing Porsche. What did you order, mechanic? And Berzanov able to make the pass there to take up P16 over Alejandro Aguilar. Yeah, what did you order? What are you waiting on to come in? Sun is up, ladies and gentlemen. Quentin LSL again under pressure by Amir. Amir running about a half a second up on their last lap, so definitely room to catch. Has the pace to get around Quentin if they can find a good spot for it. Sim Magic Wheel along with sprints. Boy, I tell you what, it must be nice. I need to start making Huff money and mechanic money, apparently. My goodness. No, good for you, man. I hope they get into you soon. I've thought about going to sprint pedals now that I'm set up a little different and going to something better pedal-wise than my Club Sport V3s, but they serve their purpose. They do good. I'll upgrade eventually. I have other priorities first, as we see Amir getting the advantage on Quentin LSL. Ludwig Deffing into the pits, allowing Chris Reardon to pick up P13. And now Quentin into the pits. We check in with Evan Kim. Matthew Schwartz closing slowly. Slowly. But, so what happened here? Malik Mamad now leading by 71 seconds over Boris Gariflin. Just opened it up now. 71. That was a 45-second gap the last time we checked, and it hadn't really expanded much, and now all of a sudden it's 30 seconds more. I don't see a drive-through, the same number of pit stops, no drive-throughs, no stop-goes. Try and find out what happened there and maybe why they're so far apart, given the last lap times are, you know, obviously Mamad a little faster by about a second, but not enough to account for a 30-second change in what happened. Samuel Villa currently running in third in that number 17 Ferrari. And now Malik Mamad into the pits. Again, with that 70-second gap, though, that's more than enough time to get in and out and hold on to that lead. Take a look at Boris Garofalin and see if they come in. Sounds good, mechanic. Very jealous. And Malik Mamad on the move. We will see if we have a driver swap here once we cross that first line. And Boris Garofalin into the pits just as Mamad comes out. And down the hill into T1. Vajik Laszlo now into the pits as well, dropping them out of P8. I'm sorry, out of P7 into P8. So as we saw with this team at the beginning, you know, with Jeremy Lefile staying in the car for a double stint, it appears as though Malik will do the same. Samuel Villa taking up taking up P2 now with Boris Garofalin still in the pits. Should be heading out soon. Adam Graveston heading in to make the next stop. Florian Bourgier in the number 86 Audi with Anton Bersenev right there, bringing it in slow in that Porsche. Justine Sheffer currently in 12th, heading into the pits now. Jonathan Reed into the pits. Jan Barth, P29 right now, but under a little bit of pressure from Hank Goossens behind him, on 1.2, 1.5 seconds back. So we'll try and keep an eye there, see if that closes up at all. Reed now back out, just over a minute pit stop. Malik Mamad running 1.6 over their fastest right now. Yeah, mechanic, my right now I'm focusing on more on infrastructure, so getting my rig set with that GT Prime I picked up, and I am going to be getting a handbrake and a shifter and another. I'm going to buy the Formula V2 5-wheel here soon, and then after that it's going to be back to infrastructure with monitor holders and a different desk. Make things a little easier to move around and to get my FOV set properly, because I know right now it's not exactly where it should be. So Malik Mamad now just matched the fastest lap of his partner, 144.847. The only, I'm sorry, I take that back. There's a few other 144s in there, including the team with the number 5 Ferrari today, 144.802, and Samuel Villa, number 17 team, with a 144.857. Let's just throw it up right there. That was the last pit stop for each team. So you can see Vila losing almost 4 seconds, a little over 4 seconds to Mamad and Soldatov. They're running a little long last time. Same with Amira, 68.5. And some even longer. Grevson in for 75.6, a 71.9 out of Friends. So a lot of time spent in the pits and a lot of lost time that is going to bite you come towards the end of this race. You can also take a look. This is the team's personal best. We have a good number of 44s there. Remember, those times will not be 100% accurate because the way it crosses stints sometimes screws things up. And there's a new fastest right there, a 143.945 from Malik Mamad. Interestingly, the gap back down to about 47 seconds to Samuel Vila. Yeah, I think I've got a good plan in front of me, Mechanic. I need to make it so that I can work, play other things, and sim race. So a desk on wheels that I can just, and a separate monitor stand for quads that I can just wheel in and out of the way and then push the rig up to it. Perfect. I think that's what I need to do. So my wife would argue I don't have space for it, but GT Prime is sitting here now, so it's not going to get any bigger. Jens Overland returns to the number 167 car. Orion Borges still trying to catch up with Stefan Friends. Not quite able to get there. Still at 1.5 second gap. Finn Adder's now into the pits in P20. And as these drivers get a swap out and a break, the same will happen here as I'm going to take another quick step away about once every hour, folks. 8 hours, 40 minutes left to go in this 12-hour endurance event. Keep your eyeballs glued right here, ladies and gentlemen, at Box3 Motorsports. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks, Mechanic. Come on back, man. Come on back. We will be here for the next 8 hours and 40 minutes at least. Thanks for stopping in, my man. And as I said, I'm going to take a quick step away as well. And as I do, I would leave you with this thought. But again, we're here for another 8 hours and 40 minutes, so don't go anywhere. You got to take a break? Take a break. Hey, and if you want, something I haven't done, which I should. If you're watching us for the first time, this is your first opportunity to catch up or to watch Box Motorsports. And just as I do that, we get into a battle right there. If I can get my freaking thing to go where I want it to. Stefan Friends losing 2 spots to Boreas and Berzanev. Just like that. Back up real quick and see if we can catch what happened. I don't think we're too far out. Ah, off track. That'll do it to you. That will do it to you right there. And now we're stuck from the replay for the next 20 seconds. But if you are not sim racing right now, or if you thought about it and you're watching today and you're like, oh my God, this looks so cool, I want to do this. Well, come on over and join Box3 Motorsports. We're always looking for more drivers. And even if you don't like endurance, I love watching endurance. I could never drive one. If you decide, you know what, I don't want to drive for 7 hours. I don't want to drive for 12 hours. I don't want to drive for 3 hours. Okay. We have regular events that run 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour races during our regular seasons. We do fun races, same kind of deal, right? There may be even some 20-minute sprint races in there where you just get together and throw it down, and it's a lot of fun. So I encourage you to join us if you would like to. Or join Zap in Japan. Zap drives in Japan all the time. He loves it. Him and Bubs, they go drive in Japan together and race each other on the highways and streets of that city. What is it? Tokyo, isn't it? I think it's in Tokyo, if I remember right. But with that, folks, I am going to take a quick step away. As I said, I will be right back. Keep your eyes glued right here because we're going to be here until the end of this race in 8 hours, 37 minutes. Right back. As the sun continues to rise here in Barcelona. Track temp still holding at 30C, but definitely getting warmer for these drivers. They're going to have to work on tire pressures together. Zach Brannigan in. Oh,
you're sorry about that. Yep.
Your Bob made me jump out my skin, man. Yeah.
Apologies.
No,
You're
good.
right about the temperatures, man. 30C already. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Just taking a look, getting myself back up to speed with the race part. 117 laps in the book from Mamad.
Yeah,
So,
and Mamad, at one point, I mean, he's opened the gap even further now, almost 50 seconds. Set a new fastest lap coming out of the pits. So obviously that team running double stints, doing a great job. Samuel Vila still running in second. Now about 50 seconds back though. How are the incidents? Still handing out.
Apparently, for my portion, we're done. So I should be with you for the rest of the broadcast. But yeah, I mean, it's not too bad.
That's all right. That's good.
Taking a look through the field, does look like the field has stretched out quite a bit since I was last here.
Yeah, we've got a few folks running close again. Anton Barzanev. Stefan Friends. I keep saying Stefan Friends looking to close that gap, but it's held at about 1.5 seconds since the pit stops. That right there's our closest battle at this point.
Yeah, the 693. So two Porsches going at it. So it's not necessarily going to be a mismatch in terms of like characteristics of car. It's going to be down to driver skill and setup. But they're going through Sector 1 right now, which is pretty slow for the Porsche. But once they get to like Sector 2, Sector 3, we might start to see if Friends can try and close it up a little bit. Looking through the data, our solo driver, Aguilar, in the Nissan P17, it's pretty impressive.
Yep, doing well so far. And I was talking about it while you were gone a little bit. If I bring it up again, just to show the position deltas of since the beginning of this, at one point I think Aguilar was up quite a bit. Now only up 6 spots. We've watched Aguilar race here before. He's driven with Box 3 during other endurance events. Really good at keeping himself out of trouble, right? In other words, avoiding incidents. Especially the battles at the beginning of a race where multiple cars are involved. But since then, we've watched him slip because his pace isn't quite as good as those that he's gotten in front of. And I use myself as an example driving an iRacing. I might avoid the incident that's the mayhem at the beginning of an iRacing rookie race and put myself from 10th up into 2nd. I'm probably not going to stay there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same. I'm in the same boat. I'm there with you. For me, the thing that is always tricky is you can be good at understanding your car, you can be good at positioning your car and stuff like that, but it's really hard to defend when there's just a pace difference because it's just a matter of time.
Yep. After a while, they're going to find the gap, or you're going to leave the gap open or make a mistake. Absolutely.
Yeah. All they need to do is be able to have their car not directly behind you, and they can make it happen. Mm-hmm. So it's just one of those things that is pretty challenging. But in the mid-pack fight, though, Friends closing it down to 1.289. And if I actually look, I can pull up real quick and let's take a peek at the averages between Friends and Bursanev.
While you're looking that up real quick, the real winners right now, P8, Vajik Laszlo, and Robert Seuss, they're up 9 spots today. Doing really well in this race.
That is impressive. It does look like Bursanev does have the pace advantage. Average lap times 46.320 to Friends, which is a 47.034.
Okay.
It does look like in terms of stint times, they're running comparable stints. I do believe that where Friends kind of like lost ground to the 29 Row Racing Porsche was that drive-through penalty they had after stint 1.
Mm-hmm.
So taking a 30-second joker lap is definitely not going to help you win a race.
Wanted to take a look here. Try and get a count. So poor Retro Coffin, currently sitting in 24th.
Yeah.
3 stop-go 30s today.
That's rough.
That is. And Aguilar sitting sideways in the track right now, and drops back.
Oh,
to
he's
the
going to
pits.
the. Oh man, I wonder what happened there.
Yeah, so we lose Aguilar now, already losing a position to Beckman, and no doubt going to drop a bunch more, giving a tow to the pits.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, it was fun watching him today, but something must have happened that threw him off track. But yeah, Retro Coffin, three stop goes today. That cat's got to slow down coming into the pits.
I actually think it's more to do with the exits. I think so the pit board is down on the exit, but the thing is, I have seen, and I can't remember if it was, I'm not going to say it was Retro, but I have seen some people burn out of the pits pretty fast.
Really?
And what I think is probably happening is you got your pit limiter on, and you think that, so when you pull in, for the folks in chat that don't know, when you pull into the pits in an SRO event, of which this is a simulation of an SRO event, you have to pull in the pit box, you have to cut the ignition on the car. But what gear are you in? Are you in neutral or are you in first? Because if you come off the jacks and you're in first and you flip on the ignition and then you upshift thinking that I'm going to drive away now, I'm in neutral, you're now in second. Most of these GT3 cars will shut off the pit limiter if you're in second. So when you put your foot down, you're not limited anymore. It's just going to drive off. So I don't know if that's happened.
Well, that's what I was about to
seen
ask you, is because, are they not using their pit limiter for some reason? Yeah, like,
No.
I don't know why they wouldn't be, but
No, you could use the pit limiter. You could hit your marks on pit entry. You could drive all the way up to the stall with the pit limiter turned on. You get to the box. You kill the engine. If you're not in neutral, when you turn the ignition on and fire the car up, if you upshift thinking I'm going to first from neutral, but end up going from first to second, it will cut the pit limiter and you will drive off at speed.
Gotcha. Okay.
And get a penalty. It's happened to me so many times I can't tell you. Like maybe I should have. I buried the lead. Shifting to second will kill your pit limiter. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, there you go.
So anyway, but yeah, just looking at the data right now, Mamad, man, 121 laps and just extending that gap, dude. Like the 640 Porsche just really, or not Porsche, Ferrari just really hasn't figured out, man.
Yeah, they're really crushing it. And right now we're watching Adam Penzis get tightened up on by Florian Borgi.
And real quick, I want to take a look at the top three, because what I want to do, we got so much racing left here at the 12 Hours Barcelona. We got 8 hours, 23 minutes left. What I want to look at is I want to look at average lap times of the top three, because I want to take a peek at what could be in store. Maybe not now, maybe not 30 minutes from now, but an hour, 2 hours from now, or even in that second half of the race. Because Mama is putting in 44.728 on the average lap time. Vila, 45.1. So definitely advantage towards the 640. But Vila's putting in a 45.1. Konstantin Soldatov, 45.0. So the 991 BMW M4 starting to battle back, and you can kind of see it in the Delta figures as this, what was almost a 30-second lead, is starting to just get slowly chipped away at.
Yeah, now down to 25, dropping to the 25-second range. So, again, reeling him in slowly, as you said.
Yep.
A new driver in that number 5, currently sitting in 4th, Antonello Lagalante, taking over in that Ferrari. Alejandro Aguilar still sitting in the pits, now back to P28. We wonder if we'll see him come back out at all, or if he's decided his race is over. It would be a shame. I'd hate to see him quit. Even dropping back that far, it would be a shame to see him drop out at this point.
Yeah, I at the same time too, if it's like a health reason, I mean, you've been racing now for almost 4 hours. Like, take care of yourself.
Yeah, of course. If that means go, I gotta go walk around for a minute and touch some grass or something after that long.
Yep.
So be it.
Yeah.
Right?
Another.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No. You're good.
So with some of these battles starting to tide up in the mid pack, I don't know if this is because of pit stops or what, but Bourga's GL in the 86 Audi catching up to number 7, the M4 with Pinsies, or excuse me, the M6 with Pinsies. The M6. I'm totally wrong 100% of the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Constant. Yeah, now down to about 0.4 of a second, so we'll see. He's been playing with that 0.2 to 0.4 here for about half a lap, so Red Rider in the chat. Now the whole thing's gonna fall apart. Server's gonna crash.
I'm just looking at I wanted to take a look at stints, specifically with these two right now. So let's take a look at, I'm going to take a look at Pins and Bourga's. They're on their 5th stints, if I'm correct. Yeah. So it does look like Bourga's got tangled up in some lap 1 problems. So they are on their 5th stints respectively. Now they are pushing about an hour apiece when they take their stints. There was a long stint in the middle for who is that? Houdry.
Okay. Yep.
He did push the car about an hour and 2 minutes. Average lap time for Penzies is a 46.756. Meanwhile, Bourga's 46.189.
Wow.
So definite advantage to the 86 Audi.
Yeah, and that plays out with their fastest as well, with about a 0.4 gap between the two, with Bourget being the faster driver there in the 146 range. So
Red Rider says, "What's up?"
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
You probably didn't hear me, but I said now that Red Rider's here, we're going to have all kinds of problems. The server's going to crash. Things will explode. Cars will just fly randomly off into the Toolies. That's usually the kind of thing he causes.
So he's like a remote gremlin.
Yeah. Yep.
What so what has been your big takeaway? We're almost 4 hours in, third of the way into this race. What's been your big takeaway from the first third of this race?
That these guys, we've seen some good passes, right? We've seen some decent passes. We've seen some clean passes. We've also seen a lot of nasty.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing a lot of pushing beyond the limits of the driver and or the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we can sit there and we're looking at this battle right now between Penzis and Bourget. And yeah, very patient on Bourget's part. He's looking for the opportunity. And I don't want to make this about him specifically or about that team because we've seen it across the board. But a lot of these guys what comes across as very patient at first, like they're sitting back there 3, 4, 5 laps. Suddenly that patience runs out and it's over. And it's just time to go. And they're not willing to continue that patience sometimes, I think. So again, it makes for great racing. I just hate to see some of the hits we've seen happen that were kind of
indeed
unrequired. I think that the pass could have still been made without the incident happening. So, but mistakes happen too. You know what I mean? So
there definitely it definitely could be a situation sometimes where guys can definitely run out of skill, or the setup of the car doesn't necessarily help them in the fight. But that said, there's definitely been a few moments that were avoidable. And like you said, we have seen some really good action on track. For me, I really thought the fights we were seeing in the first 2 stints between the top 3 was some really good action, like watching Soldatov try to hold off the hard-charging Ferrari, the 640.
Yeah, that was a
yeah.
great
I mean,
battle
just been some good action here at the beginning. I think that Barcelona, especially a 12-hour race like this one, like that kind of action is kind of really awesome to catch, but it's a very big strategy race. It's tough. It's a tough race. I mean, it's not Bathurst, right? It's not a track that will just straight up mug you every corner. but the track has characteristics about it that will harm you if you don't heed the warnings. Like if you attack the sausage curbing in RAC, you're going to spin. I mean, you're basically trying to drive over the top of like a small house.
Yeah.
It's not going to work out for you.
Well, and I like that you brought up Bathurst because, again, one of my favorite tracks coming up on August 20th. I can't wait for it. It's going to be fantastic. When I look at Barcelona, and I get what you're saying about a difficult track, it will punish you. This track and so many others that we do drive on, I mean, I'm looking at all the gravel going, how much trouble can you get into? Yeah, you can lose position, but you shouldn't, unless you really take a spin or you really throw it hard, miss a corner, whatever it might be, you're probably not hitting wall for the most part. There's plenty of room on both sides as we watch these guys battle. Barcelona, I think part of what I love about Bathurst is that once you're up on that mountain, you better hit it right.
You got nowhere to go.
There's no gravel.
There's a wall.
Yeah, it's a wall. You're driving through a hallway for most of the mountain. And I think that's what I love about it, because even a slower person like myself, when you come down when you're coming down through sector 2, that downhill, if you hit it just right, it feels like a roller coaster, and I just love it. Even though I'm slow, but still, it's some of the most fun you can have.
Indeed. Another fight that I don't know. So we got this one between Borghese and Penzies in the number 7 M6. I got it right this time. But behind him, we've also got Bursanev and Friends. That's at about a half second.
Yep. Tightening up as well.
Additionally, like I'm looking through the field, and we are getting close to that next stint window for some of these cars. Let me pull up. I just want to take a look at the top 3 to figure out when their next scheduled pit stop is.
And as you said,
Go ahead.
No, I was just talking about Bursanev and Friends here. As you said earlier, they're both in Porsches. Both. It's going to come down to their skill in the setup, and track temp now up to 31. So not a huge change, right? We've seen it go from 29 to 31 degrees during the course of this last stint, and so not up a ton. But still, it's going to start impacting these drivers. We started at 27 at 4:00 this morning.
Yep.
So we're up 4 degrees so far. I really want this sun to come up. I want to see what these track temps get to.
I mean, I'm kind of curious if we're going to break 40s. Like
on track, we're going to have to, aren't we? At some point, that sun's
track
going to play.
Definitely. I'm saying ambient.
Oh,
like, ambient, are we going to break 40 on ambient? Like that would be wild. But we're going to have to wait and see. As far as the action you've seen on track, like where has been the prime fighting ground in terms of pass execution or sometimes not execution? I've seen some moments in turn 1, of course, but I really feel like the area that we have seen the most action has been that right-hander at the beginning of Sector 2, the rep right under when you come underneath the Repsol like overhang, that variable radius right-hander before you start going downhill in Sector 2. That right there, I feel like, has been the area where I've seen people really try to hang it around the outside. Because if you do it, you get rewarded into the Sayat hairpin. You got the inside line, primo defense, like so.
Oh, and he's tossing himself. That's it right there. Stefan Friends went for it and could not hold on. about threw himself down into the gravel, able to get back out there, but now 4 seconds or so back from Anton Brezhnev. He really wanted to do it through T1.
Yeah, he did, but those marbles do not really help you with grip.
Yeah, not even a little bit.
Yeah, it is. It's tough. Like get caught out on those marbles, and you might not make it. But he saved it. He did. He
pulled it back and kept it on tarmac for the most part. So luckily not going to lose everything. But yeah, wow, that got scary for a minute. And now
we're back to gravel.
Yep. Now we're back to Penzis and Bourget.
Yep. Bourget. And Penzis, I really feel like side by side into the exit of Lakaicha going into Banque Sabadell, but the M6 just, I guess, has a little bit more grunt out of the corner.
And
going into Europe car,
there.
a little bit of contact. The M6 is trying to fight through the RACC chicane now. Now, there is a race leader in that mix behind them.
Yep.
That is the 640.
And good on Mamad for being able to pull that back and realize what was going on, right?
Yeah.
And seeing what was happening and just, saying, you know what? This is not my problem. I'm not going to worry about it today.
So the 8.6 did get side by side with the 7 going into Europe car. I just feel like the M6 kind of lost out on the exit of Lakaicha, and once they went into Banque Sabadell and they were side by side and stuff like that, I'm like, this is like you're not setting yourself up to win this fight.
Yeah, and we see.
But that said, he is hanging with the 8.6 car, so
it took Bourget a long time to get around. We've been watching this battle for at least the last 4 or 5 laps, so it wouldn't surprise me that now he's going to be able to hang. Now, of course, they got to play blue flag, right? So they've got to get out of the way for that 640 car, but
it's hard.
It is, because you want to continue your battle. So there he goes.
Penzis
letting him go.
Yeah, making the smart play, letting the 640 go. Hopefully, he'll get a little bit of karma, pay it forward if the 640 ends up, if the 8.6, because I want to continue to watch this battle between the 8.6 and the 7. Like these guys want to fight all the way to the end. The 8.6 lets go, and that's good. Into Europe car. And now we're back on.
So sorry, I'm just checking up on chat here. Espen wants to go on board with number 12.
Who is the number 12? Oh, Mr.
Newland. And I'm sure I butchered that one as well. We will do that in just a moment, Espen. Don't let me forget. But I want to keep an eye right here for the moment. We're down to these guys sticking it close together still. Getting hung up in all kinds of traffic as they do it.
Yeah, the traffic is kind of the thing that is going to be tough about Barcelona. You get into Sector 3 in particular. You got to be patient with these blue flags. They don't really have a lot of track to work with to let you by.
Yeah.
And you trying to force it in the RACC chicane or trying to go side by side on the exit of New Holland. Like even going side by side on the exit of New Holland. You got if you're on the inside, you got 2 options. One, you compromise your line and you're super slow down the start finish straight, losing a bunch of time before you hit T1. Or you run the guy on the outside wide and just, I guess, hope by chance that when tires touch the gravel and he's half and half on tarmac, that he doesn't spin into you.
Yeah.
So the thing is too, maybe play it smart. Wait.
But if you're trying to play that through the chicane, I'm sorry, that's not where to play a blue flag. Especially when you have the start finish straight right there.
Yes.
You're 3 seconds away from the start finish straight where I, as the blue flag driver, I can slide to the side. That was it.
Yep.
You can have it. I'm going to let you have it, but don't try to do it as I'm trying to make my lineup through the chicane.
Ooh, I'm watching the 32 come down pit road. or excuse me, not the 32, the 911 car, and I'm seeing a little bit of damage on that guy. I'm gonna go the 911 car, not the 991.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say it right here in a minute.
Oh yeah, a little dinged up on the side there. But while we're waiting here, let's go on board as requested with number 12. Oh my god, I hit the wrong camera. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for. Oh, you got on board into the pits. Avon deciding to head into the pits. We will go back to that. For you, just remind me. Aspen, we will go back to that for you. I'm not gonna put your on board while he's in the pits.
The 991 right now had a really good first stint. Soldatov had a really good first stint. Ended up losing ground to the 640 in the first stint, losing the position. Been hanging on pretty good to P3, and he is catching.
What was that?
Samuel
gap last time
Vila.
we looked? Was that 29 or 26?
It was 26.
Okay.
It has drifted back up to 27. So actually Vila has kind of started to pick up the pace a little bit. I also got to wonder if with the temperatures getting up to 31 degrees, like what's this doing to tires now? To be honest, I really feel like the BMW M4 is probably going to outswing the Fezza on tire wear. Someone in chat, let me know what you think, because I'm just of the mindset that the M4 is just going to work better on worn rubber than the Ferrari.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be,
maybe that's front engine bias. I don't know.
So this is a question I thought about. I wanted to ask you as well. When you were away. So obviously, again, we're seeing these temperatures creep up. On average, we've been here almost 4 hours, almost exactly 4 hours. Temperature's gone up 4 degrees, so 1 degree per hour. Now I understand from the first stint to the fourth stint, these drivers were having to make pressure changes. But during the course of that one single stint, right? They come out of the pits, pressures are set to where they think they need to be. How much impact is 1 or 2 degrees going to have on those tires during the course of that single stint?
So there's 2 factors to consider there. And one of them is kind of like, it's kind of up to you as a good driver to not like drive off track, not hit a lot of curbs, do things that'll basically knock pressure out of the tires.
Okay.
Because what could happen is you could have tires that come into the pits under pressure and thinking that you need to add when you've been hitting a lot of curbs, going off track, and you've been losing a lot of pressure due to kind of basically mistreating the tires, poor driving.
Gotcha.
And then you inflate those tires, and then you go out on track and you have a good stint and you don't strike any curbs and you don't drive off track, and then what happens? The pressure starts to go up as the temperature increases. So you could basically create extra, you could add extra pressure into the tire that doesn't need to be there. The second part, though, the most important part, I feel like, is going to be the pressures are going to be relative to the driver that is in the car. When you switch, the pressures are still relative to the guy that was in the car, not the guy that is now in the car. How do you drive? Are you pushing? Are you really pushing the car to its limits? Are you using the mechanical grip the same way? Because if you're not, you're not going to hold pressure the same way.
Gotcha. Okay.
So those are 2 factors that can come into play. I really feel like you're going to see the most drastic shifts when you have that driver swap happening, especially during a window where we're seeing the temperature go up like we are now.
No, and that's what I was curious about is how much impact does that temperature have? Because again, we know it's going up, but across 4 hours, 4 degrees is not a lot, right? My thing is more during that single stint. What kind of temperature swing would you have to have during a single stint to see your pressure sets not be able to be where they need to be?
Oh man, if you had a temperature swing, even a half a pound, I could see, because the other problem that you run into with like pressures when they start to kind of go out of control is when they go out of control, your driving characteristics change, and when your driving characteristics change, it just adds to the problem.
Yeah.
Like if a car
consistency.
Yeah, like if you overpressure, like let's say you overpressure and then you start to slide. Well, then you're going to put more heat in the tire, and what happens when you put more heat in the tire? Pressure goes up, and then you slide more. Pressure goes up, and then you slide more. It creates a feedback loop that doesn't really work out in your favor. So that's kind of one of those things where nailing tire pressures. That's the reason why nailing tire pressures, for the most part, is so important, because the reason why those pressures are kind of like the standard is because that's where the tire is going to offer you that grip. It's not going to be underinflated. It's not going to be deforming due to underinflation, and it's not going to be reducing your contact patch due to overinflation. So.
Very good. Well, we'll see what kind of adjustments they have to make. So far, ambient and track temperatures staying the same as we wait for the sun to come up fully. I have to imagine there's going to start to be a delta there relatively soon with the sun starting to hit the tarmac, but we haven't seen it yet. I'm currently 8:40 a.m. on track time. 8 hours left to go.
So Passetti in the 199 in the pits from P19. Also Villascusa in the 182 Lexus coming out of the pits. It's got to blend in. No issues.
But that pit exit though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm actually kind of like maybe someone in chat knows. I'm not sure how enforced the pit exit is now. It's one of those scenarios where you're going to get a track cut warning, basically.
Are you talking about in game?
In game, yeah. I don't know what it's like when I don't know what kind of penalty you get when you cut the pit line. I think it's just a track cut warning.
I don't think you get.
If I remember correctly. I
think you get nothing.
We should test this out. We should let science do the talking.
These guys cut the track all the time. Don't misunderstand. And I don't think anybody's got. Yeah, you get Trackalicious in chat says nothing.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I wish it did. Now I also understand. So as far as enforcement within the space of Box 3, because this conversation has come up, we have a league member who will run the replays and go take pictures of people for cutting the line just to do it and embarrass them, I guess. But really, as far as enforcement goes, there is none unless you coming across that line causes a problem.
Yeah.
Right? If you do that, then it's a problem. Now, what I would prefer is if it happened in game. I know I can tell you that in iRacing, if you cut the pit line and go out on track too early, you get a stop go. It's a 26-second stop go in the pits.
Isn't it wonderful?
Awesome. Yeah, it's just like, oh, good, people can't do that. But yeah, I mean, unless there's a major problem, unless you see someone cut that line hard, like when what we just saw there, where he came out, cut right over. He was just trying to line up the corner. There was nobody in the way. It causes no incident, no accidents. Off you go. Nobody's gonna give you a penalty for that.
One thing I want to highlight, you might want to check this out. So Laszlo, Kurtz, and then QLSL in the 108, or the 801 108, the 801 Audi. So I'm looking right now, and it does look like Kurtz is pulling away from the 801 pretty handedly,
but not closing in on Laszlo yet.
Well, so over the last 10 laps, lap 125, we've got a gap of 5.547.
Okay.
To lap 134, which is now, was last lap for them. It's now down to 1.399.
It is.
Now I'm seeing in the game, it's now down to 1.186. Like it is.
Okay.
It's coming down. The thing that I'm kind of curious about is, if we're looking at averages, it's my favorite thing to do. 46.206 for Laszlo, 46.124 for Kurtz. And the reason why Kurtz for the folks that don't know, the reason why Kurtz is behind Laszlo, and I'm curious about this. This is the reason why I wanted you to focus in on him.
Mm-hmm.
Kurtz is 12 laps into his current stint. He's on stint 5. He took a 14-lap stint prior to this one. So his stint 4 was only 14 laps. It was only 24 minutes. Is he doing an early stop mid-race, let's say mid-race, 1/3 of the way in, to offset his pit strategy so that he doesn't have to do a short stint at the end?
Okay.
But that's the reason why he's behind Laszlo. If he had not taken that pit stop, he would not be behind Laszlo right now.
Well, he also pulled a drive-through, though.
Okay. So that would have been it. So that's the reason why he's broken up.
Yeah, he's sitting on a drive-through. He's but currently sitting in 8th with a drive-through and 4 pit stops to Laszlo's to Team Laszlo's 3 so far.
Yep.
So, 1 extra drive through the pits, like you called it, a joker lap through there. And that's going to put Kurtz where he is. Now, the gap is starting to close up. I was watching these guys for a while, and it had sat at 1.5 seconds for a number of laps. So I'd be curious to see how quickly he can close this down.
Yeah, Kurtz right now, 7/10. Like he is, he's definitely getting close.
Mm-hmm.
The part that I'm kind of interested in is what is going to be the pace delta between the M4 and the M6. Does also look like might have some traffic creeping up from behind. What is this car behind them? Is that a car that's in front of them? No, it's Frazier in the number 4. So lapped car, but Frazier's actually catching them.
Well, that's the way it always gets adventurous. So that should be fun. And it looks like Penzis is starting to close back in on Bourget, so we may have another battle back there as that time keeps creeping in a little bit. Oh, and it just got real close, real fast. Bourget and Penzis now under a half a second. Looks like Florian had a little bit of trouble. Oh, and now Penzis going to fly into the pits instead. We'll get back up here with Laszlo and Kurtz.
Not going to fly over that line.
Yeah.
So if I'm taking a look at just doing another quick check-in with the top 3, I like to use them as a bit of a reference point. 57 minutes into Samuel Vila's stint. And that number 17... that number 17 Ferrari is one of the ones that we've been talking about that is was cutting their early stints kind of short at 35 laps for the first stint, 34 for the second stint, but now they're picking it up. 36 laps for stint 3, and now Vila's in the car with 33 laps down. Kind of curious where he's going to pull the trigger on his 4th pit stop.
Well, I'm also wondering if Mamad is needing to goose his tires a little bit, because suddenly we went from 51 second gap, now we're down to 48. So 3 seconds gained by Vila so far.
Well, in terms of pace advantage, whatever pace advantage, what is it, Lafile and Mamad were using early on in the race, that has started to fall away, and they're starting to lose a bit of ground to the 17.
Yeah. Well, and then that's why I wonder,
glitch.
I kind of wonder if that's a tire issue. Now, if these guys aren't swapping tires for their double stint, they're going to be end of life Mamad's tires are going to be worn right down, right?
True. Yeah.
With that, between that and the temperature change, because again, double stint, if you didn't change them, that's a lot bigger swing in temperature than a single 1 hour stint or what have you. So I wonder if he's having to kind of goose those tires. He wants to get a few more laps out of them before heading in for a driver change.
Indeed. And I think it's all going to come down to, if they're double stinting, then that means that they're also probably shorting themselves on fuel on purpose. Because if you're going to full tank, you might as well take tires while you're there. But that said, the pace delta, we were talking about pace. By the way, Vila's in the pits. 45.385 for Mamad and a 45.370 for Vila.
Okay. Wow.
So pace is moving back in the direction of car 17, the glitch motorsport Ferrari.
Well, with Vila now heading in, we'll have to wait and see where he pops back out and how close that change is. With Soldatov able to move into P2 while staying out for at least one more lap. Yannick Kurtz getting reeling Laszlo in now to about 0.8 of a second. Hasn't moved much in the last lap and a half. And as you said, where that is behind him there, the number 4 Audi of Josh Frazier has tightened up on the back end of Kurtz. I mean, listen, Kurtz doesn't have to play defense here, but do you really want to let him ahead either?
So, I mean, I'm not entirely sure how the regulations for you guys mirror SRO. Like, you're allowed to unlap yourself.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, like, it might be in Kurtz's advantage to let the 4 go by if the pace difference is that big. Mm-hmm. Because if he's fighting to keep that car behind, he's not fighting to catch the car in front. So, I mean, it's just, he's going to have to figure that out. 4's making the move on the inside, it looks like. And Kurtz is going to let him go. To be honest, I feel like if the pace different... Oh, never mind.
A little bit of a tap there. Let him know. Hey, my track, knock it off. But now with a back marker between them.
That's just going to give... that's going to give Kurtz the fight he doesn't need, and Laszlo a fight that someone else can do for him. Yeah. Just like... So, it's just... It's going to be interesting to see how Kurtz handles this situation. Again, it's all about the pace delta. If it's really not in your favor, you probably should let him go.
100%. So Enrico Ferraris takes over the number 17 Ferrari.
And Soldatov did pass him in the pits.
Yep, Soldatov got around. Lagalante, the number 5, is in and out of the pits at this point.
Yep, so he is in the pits. He passed him in the pits. Soldatov and Mamad still have to pit themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check this.
Oh, Josh Frazier able to get around Stefan Frenz. Let's rewind it real quick and take a look.
So Frenz having a bit of a moment on track.
Bumping wide. And allowing Josh Frazier to pick up P12. Further back, having a battle between Dominic Duran and Jens van Ovenlen. Dominic Duran able to move up into P18. That number 10 Audi. Yannick Kurtz still being chased down by that number 4 Audi. Quentin LSL now into the pits.
Into the Repsol hairpin, and we'll see. We'll see if the number 4 can start to pull away. If it is, then it was probably in Kurtz's benefit to let this car go sooner.
Yeah, I mean, my rule of thumb is I'm not going to battle someone I don't have to battle. If that means that's I'm a back marker, obviously I'm going to get out of their way. And if that means, as an alternative, that they're 2 laps behind me, same thing. I don't need to battle you. I don't need to block you. I don't need to do anything. I can just let you by. Just like, especially, again, as you said, if they've got pace and can just take it, let them just take it.
See, because what could happen in Kurtz's favor right now is if Frazier catches up to Laszlo, starts to slow him down. I mean, the other thing is, too, is Kurtz is racing Laszlo. Laszlo's got a 10-second penalty he's got to serve next time he's in the pits.
Okay.
Like, run your race, run your pace. If he happens to, fall into a position where you can attack for it, go for it. If not, run your race. Let them deal with their stuff. There's a lot of fighting that happens sometimes in endurance racing that is just kind of like, did you need to be doing that now?
Yeah.
Or could that be something that you save for the last 30 minutes? Like, yeah, Yannick Kurtz, like we said, he probably could have let him go sooner, but he did eventually let him go. And yeah, number 4 is driving off.
Getting right away from him now. Now, obviously, that's opened up the gap to about 2 seconds up to Laszlo. But as you said, Laszlo's going to have to deal very soon with that number 4. So.
And a 10-second pit stop.
And a 10-second
10
pit.
seconds added onto his pit. So, it's going to be interesting. Another car to check out right now is Whitby in the 801. He's being chased down by Grevison in the 75 McLaren, which I believe Grizz Nation in chat was talking about earlier. The Aspire Racing Team 75 McLaren chasing down the Honkers 801.
The Honkers 801, huh?
Yeah.
I am very surprised today. I mean, we talk about the Ferraris up front, and we go checking on those guys. We have seen a ton of battling in this mid-pack, and it always seems to involve the Audis, which, I mean, makes sense. We've got 5 of them, right? I mean, all in this mid-10. Yes. So it absolutely floors me. I'm not used to it. As an Audi fan, it's not something I'm used to anymore. Not a lot of people drive it.
Apparently, in the current meta, it is a strong car.
Mm-hmm.
It is more stable than it was before the 1.8 version. People do say it is more stable. A person who's a perfect example, Blaine Hall, Al Trude on Twitch TV races the Audi. And he said, like, he was an Audi main up until 1.8. Post 1.8, the thing with the Audi was it was a dangerous car that you had to fight to make stable, and you had to fight it to keep it from killing you.
Yeah.
The 1.8 Audi is a stable car that you have to fight to make it loose, to make it fast. He doesn't die as often, but he also feels slower in it.
Gotcha.
So, that's kind of a trade-off. But the fact that it is a more stable machine, I think, is kind of attributing to the number of entries that we're seeing now.
But I know a lot just through our league races, seeing a lot of guys that have never driven Audis before. Were either McLaren mains or something like that, and then all of a sudden they're pulling themselves into Audis regularly.
Yep.
Esports legend Brian Canopin being one of them.
I love how you guys troll it with the esports.
Oh yeah,
good.
He's
so good.
He's a good dude. Yeah, so, Laszlo, Kurt's now starting to close back in on Laszlo. He's, the number 4 has gotten clear. Josh Frazier, currently sitting P12, Laszlo in 7th. So, he's unlapping himself slowly. It'll be curious to see where that number 4 ends up in the next couple hours, given he's got pace to get around 2 people that are in front of him. But that said, with that cleared out, it seems like Kurtz is starting to tighten this back down again.
It's kind of what I expected to see. I expected to see Kurtz kind of like catch back up to the M6 once the Audi got around.
Yep. Malik Mamad now into the pits, our race leader. Hitting in.
So Mamad on the jacks. I'm watching his pit timer.
Also got a possible dust up lining up between Mostafa Ranjbar and Antelo Lagalante. There we go. I got that one, I think. For P4, as this gap continues to come down a little bit.
A 108.587 for Mamad. Looks like Soldatov. Yeah.
So we'll wait and see now. Mamad should be out of the car.
So Jeremy, is that Dondu?
I believe so, yeah. Yep. Should be taking
in
over.
the 640, taking over now. Had a bit of a sketchy entry into turn 1. Clacked the curb a little bit. It's going to be interesting. He's going to have to come to grips with the tires and this track. And speaking of tires and tracks. What's the temp up to?
Oh, well,
32 degrees on the track.
Our delta's starting to spread, right? 31, still 31C ambient, but track now up to 32. So now I think is, once we have that tip over, I think this is where we're going to see as Laszlo heads into the pits now. We'll jump up with Ranjabar and Lagalante as they start getting closer and closer. Again, now that we've seen that split between ambient and track, tells me the sun's up high enough to really start warming the tarmac. So it may not take long for us to get up. Now I'll be curious to see, as these guys are just now starting to pit for the fourth time, now how fast will the tire change, how fast will the temperature changes impact their pressures?
Indeed. So the 991, now we got Anufriev in the 991 BMW. When he blended in right in front of Frazier in the number 4. So he's got Frazier, and then you've got Laszlo and Kurtz. Kurtz at this point now, up in front. That he's still going to have to blend. He's still going to have to get through. It's just interesting because the traffic on a circuit like Barcelona is really where I feel like the majority of the racing happens. Like you're trying to manage traffic as best you can. Ranjabar in the pits. Laszlo's still sitting still after serving that 10-second.
Wow. Yeah,
I think
he's coming out now. So
okay, all right.
Quite a longer stop, but that 10 seconds definitely hurt him with 43.7 stop time. Most everybody else is around 32, 33, depending on what happened.
Ranjabar in the 321 still on the jacks. We've also got the 34 in the pits as well. I'm trying to take a look at that right now. That is Barth, but Barth is like 8 laps down now.
Josh Arnold and Paul Miller starting to come together here on track. P19. We'll see if Muller can reel him in. We also have Savinov and Muxka for P14 starting to draw together.
Hertz in the pits. Let's take a look at
Ranjabar back out now. Emmanuel Riel heading in as well for P8 going into the pits. Right behind Kurtz. We'll see if Justin Scheffer takes back over in that number 31. Welcome in, Racer X. Thanks for being here.
Ooh, the Racer X.
The Racer X. Well, if the Racer X is the one that also is Racer X 6311.
That is Mr. Mike Jackson, part of the 949 family. Papa Kame, as he's affectionately known as, because father of Sakame.
There you go.
But welcome, sir. How are you doing? Miles Hemming in the 75 right now. I'm just like watching him, mainly just because I feel like trying to recover, head down, putting in the work. And it does seem like it is slowly coming back to him. I just want to see in relation to the number 4 Audi of Frazier. They're holding about steady pace with one another.
He's also almost a full minute back, though. So, but Frazier now.
Go ahead.
Emmanuel Riel just coming out of the pits in P10. Frazier was closing that gap down. I think Riel now getting up to speed, but only about a 7 to an 8 second gap between Frazier and Riel. And Frazier, I'm showing fastest lap. If you want to do your average thing that you can do there, that math stuff you do, which is pretty sweet. And it's Alessandro Pallone taking back over in that 333 Audi, with Whidbey running in 9th, and again only about 12-second gap. So it'll be curious to see if we see Frazier, Pallone, and Whidbey come together at some point, depending on pace, because the previous driver in that number 333 last lap time was a 1:53.
Oh, I'm thinking it's probably going to be more the case that you're going to see Hemming catch up with Whidbey and maybe what is that, Suze?
Okay.
Frazier right now is kind of a car out of place a little bit in terms of lap averages, because right now he's pumping in 46 zeros. Last lap in the 75 with Adam Grevison was 48.212 for averages. So definitely pulling away. Another car, the 801, kind of pulling away. 45.898 last lap. Laszlo, 46.292. So we're going to see a little bit of a flip-flop here in the mid-pack.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting to see is where these guys catch each other. I'm pretty sure Sue's had good pace his last stint when he was in the car. So I'll be curious to see if he's able to stay ahead of Whidpy, but Whidpy as well did very well during his last stint. And yes, as I thought, Jostein Scheffer taking over in the number 31 BMW. It is amazing to me how the vehicles during when we started this race, there was stuff, the manufacturers were all over the place, except for Ferraris up front. Things were pretty well all over the place. And now looking down that leaderboard, Ferrari, BMW, Audi, one lone McLaren, Porsche, more Audi. It's just like everybody's lined up together. I don't know how
we're probably starting to see a little bit of the Bob come into play, like the Ferrari and the M4 is the M4 is just kind of like really strong right now. The Audi in the hands of a skilled operator is a real weapon in 1.8. Like I said, like we were talking about before, like people that could tame a loose setup and make it fast, like the Audi was really good for you in 1.7. The 1.8 Audi is all about taking a stable setup and making it loose and faster. It does seem like people are benefiting from that in the meta. But yeah, the fact that we're seeing Ferraris and M4s at the front. Well, I say M4s. That 666 is an M6. I've learned my lesson.
You're going to get in trouble. You're going to get yelled at again. Chat's going to come after you for that. Listen, I can't tell them apart. I can't. And my software doesn't even tell me what they are.
Are you
I have
kidding?
to look at the screen.
Are you kidding me? You can't tell them apart. All you need to do is you need to click on the 666 car and go to the cockpit cam, the cockpit view, and take a look. Or the helmet cam is another good one. And look at how far away you are from the front of that car.
That's really far. Why is
it is bonkers in comparison to the M4, which is like right in front. Like it is just
that looks normal.
Such a long wheelbase car. It's kind of weird. People make fun of the Bentley. They call the Bentley the boat.
Yeah.
Like the M6 is the real ship. Make no mistake.
Welcome in, Dromo. No. Glad to have you here. No,
Go ahead.
I just like driving. I'm not a car person, so it makes it difficult for someone like me. Yeah. Muxka.
Jeremy Donadue, right? 45.622 last lap. Enrico Ferraris, 44.862. Vasily Anufriev, 144.872. So the 640 might have really driven off in the distance, but P2, P3 sun's come up.
And if you look at, now we're down to a 42-second gap. During the last stint, that was as high as 51.52 seconds. So already a 10-second draw in there. Ferraris did very well his first stint in this race. Led this race, I actually qualified first. Ended up losing it to Jeremy, but didn't lose a ton of time. Now, if Donadue can only run 145s and mid 145s compared to the 144s we saw from his teammates, Ferraris has an opportunity to reel this in relatively quickly. Especially again if they're doing that double stint again,
I don't really know, so I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something real quick for you because I think that you'd be interested to just see the difference here. So I'm using P3. I'm using Anufriev as the reference point. I'm going to send you a screenshot in Discord just to show you what is starting to occur. Okay. And it's fascinating because this is the reason why I love using a tool like Pitwall. You can ask Racer X. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah, we're going to have a conversation, I guess, you and me.
Just look at that pink line start to drop.
Yep.
Like P2, P3 are gaining.
Yeah, I would say so.
And it's gonna, like, I mean, you take a look at the start of the race. That's from the start of the race till effectively now. And you've got what, 3 hours for that line to get to its peak? We've got, I mean, 3 hours is well within the 7 hours and 31 minutes we have left in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying, especially with the 640s. You know, the guys in the 640 are running those double stints. And maybe they don't. Maybe they take Donahue out after 1 hour, right? When they see that gap coming down, and they make a strategy change and decide to do the 1 hour, you know, leave him in for 1 hour. We've seen other teams do that. You have a slower driver, you want him to participate, but you know, at the same time, you want to win your race, pull him out after after one stint versus running the double. But if that pace is that far off, it's going to be really curious to see just exactly how far this gap closes, because again, now we're already down to 41 seconds and we've only been talking for a few minutes. And I will let you know the track temperature since this stint started, which has been what, 15-20 minutes now, has already gone up another degree. We're up to 33°C on track.
And these are tough temperatures during normal races. These are going to be challenging, to put it nicely, when it hits that kind of temperature at 9:10 in the morning. Got Cluster, the 693, catching up to Savinov in the 29 row racing Porsche.
They have tightened that right up. Dominic Duran also getting up close on the back end of Joshua Arnold. We'll keep an eye there. We have to watch Porsches again.
I mean, the thing that's interesting about it is you're starting to see the like what Racer X was referring to. We're getting a bit of a balance of performance sorting function that's happening on the field. But the what's interesting in those circumstances is that it becomes kind of a bit of a spec series in these like little small pockets.
Yeah. Yep.
And we're seeing it right here with the Porsches that we've got. We got P15, P16, P17. Although Plius, I think, is a little bit further back, if I remember.
Yeah, Plius is sitting about 67 seconds back off these two.
Yeah.
And Dominic Duran able to make the move, get up into P18 around Josh Arnold. Finn Adders into the pits in the number 147.
I'm going to step away for a quick restroom break. I will be right back.
Well, when you get back, I'm going to step away.
Yeah, sounds good. Be right back.
Yep. We continue to watch Savinov hold Lester at bay for the time being. Savinov stretching out just a little bit now with the back. These guys playing back marker to the number 17. Enrico Ferraris. So a little bit of a gap starting to open up as we let people work their way through traffic. Ferraris now around. But did it open the door for Klester? Not quite. Savinov able to shut it back down, at least momentarily. as we go hub to hub uphill. Little door bang, let him know he's there. No big deal. And now, though, off into the Toolies. Kester getting run off track. And will now be 3.6 seconds back from Evgeny Savinov. Jeremy Donadue continuing to lead. The gap now solidifying a little bit up there. Still 41.3 seconds since the last time we checked. So, Phil and I talked about this. Maybe that was Donadue the first few laps, just getting his tires under him, getting used to the feel of the vehicle, getting used to all those things, and now we'll be able to start putting in the same times as his peers on his team in that 640 Ferrari. Been a long time since I've seen an M6. They still run them. Running them down.
So that looked that contact between Klester and Savinov, that looked pretty spicy. No, you're all right. You're all right.
Sorry about
so
that.
you, sir, you were wanting to take a break.
Yeah, I was just gonna step away for a few moments, and I'm
well,
gonna...
if before you go, sir, if you would do me a kindness,
Whatever
let me
you
double
need.
check real quick in the app, and let's see if we can take a peek at. I'm looking for a fight to focus on for a bit. Although it looks like the field's kind of spread out.
Yeah, we had one, but then the hit broke that up.
Yeah,
and so,
yeah, the hip check.
Yep. Yeah.
So here's what we'll do. Why don't you put us on, leave us on Savinov, and we'll see if Klester can catch back up to him. In the meantime, I'm going to update everybody at home about what we're looking at for the race in terms of the current state of the stats.
Sounds good, sir. I'll be right back.
We got 7 hours, 25 minutes left in this race. It's 9:15. We've been talking about temperatures. Temperatures have been kind of a point of interest for myself and Molson. But let's take a look right now. 32 degrees ambient temperature, 33 degrees on track. So it is starting to heat up. And with it being 9:16, that sun is really going to bake the circuit. It's really going to make it challenging on these drivers. 151 laps in the books with 7 hours and 24 minutes left in the race. I want to take a quick peek at some of the data. If we're looking at the top three right now, and it does look like the 640, the Project Reborn Ferrari, has a fight looming over the horizon with the 17 Glitch Motorsport and the BMW 991 M4. Just taking a look at stint averages, Donadue finally starting to get his pace down into the 45s, 45.579 current lap average, 45.330 for the 17 Glitch Motorsport. That will be Enrique Ferrari's. And then 45.145. So Vasily Anufriev, currently the fast man of the top three. It's going to be interesting to see how Vasily, see if he can close that gap up to Enrico first, or if they catch him, or if he doesn't catch Enrico before he gets to before they catch up with Donadue in the 640. That's probably going to be. It's probably going to be a bit before we see that kind of come to fruition, but we're going to keep our eyes on it all the same. I do see the 666 of Suze catching up to the Row Racing 29 machine. And Klester's right behind him. So Klester using that M6 for some draft to get pulled down that start-finish straightaway. You can see it in the background of the shot right there as they go down the start-finish straightaway into turn one. It's going to be a little bit of a delay for you guys, but I'm going to try and work my way through it. If you're interested in any kind of stats or anything that I can talk about, I'll do my best to look up the information for you. Does look like Savinov is starting to run up onto some back markers that he's going to have to navigate. If I'm actually looking, it does look like P28, Bruce Hopkins in the Team E Seniors 51 M4 in front of the Row Racing Machine. Robert Sues in the Racing Monkeys 666 M6. Last lap for him was a 46.390. Savinov 47.202. So Savinov is going to probably have to let this 666 machine around him. There's no two bones about it. Thank you all so much for joining us. This is the 12 hours of Barcelona. I'm in the booth with Adam. This is Box 3. How many teams have had drive-thrus already? We've actually had quite a bit of drive-thrus for a couple of reasons. One, because of track limits, but also because the exit pit board is gone. The other thing is too, though, Bird, I did see a number of people come off the jacks and I think upshift into second, which cut their pit limiter, and then they just got a speeding penalty just from driver error. So we've seen quite a few drive-through penalties already. So the 666 machine and Cluster clear the E-Seniors BMW, and now they are closing in on Savinov. So this is going to continue to heat up on track. While you guys are watching that, I'm going to take a peek around because I'm interested in Widpee in the 801 Audi, who is slotted behind Robert Sues in the Racing Monkeys M6. He's about 3.6 seconds back. He is letting, I believe that is the Iran Racing Ferrari go. You guys can't see what I'm looking at.
Where are you going, buddy?
Oh, I was just watching Syed Mohammed in the 789 clear the 801, but I think staying on Vasily, or not Vasily, but
Savinov. They are
Savinov.
closing it up. It's coming down.
It's coming down fast. It's gonna be soon.
How many teams from Birdwinder in the chat? How many teams have drive-throughs already? Let me run through. One.
There was a lot.
The Palone's team has 2. The number 333, they've got 2 drive-throughs. Josh Frazier, the number 4, has 1 drive-through. Eric Muxka in the number 7 has his drive-through. Clester has a drive-through. Number 693 that we're watching right now come up on the back end of Savannah. Dominic Duran with a drive-through. Ivan Daniel in the 199 with a drive-through. This might take a minute. Jens Van Zorlen, the number 167 car with a drive-through. Retro Coffin with 3 stop-go 30s. I just want to call that out special for him. Just because Espen Coolin back in the number 12, sitting in P26 right now with 3 drive-throughs. 1 for Bruce Hopkins in the number 51 car and 1 for Jan Barth in the number 34. So quite a few. And hello, Oscar. Welcome in.
Man, that Weber Racing Porsche is all over the gearbox of Savinov in the Row Racing. Oh, he throws it up the inside. Now that was hard, but I think that was fair. Like that was a dive.
He had that, yeah.
That was 100% a dive.
But he left the door open and he knew he had enough room to get in there. So I didn't see any contact show whatsoever. So I think we're good there. Track temp now up to 34C, and as we talked about, that delta's starting to open up because ambient's still only 32. So we're going to start seeing that spread. And yes, Cloverino, the weather I believe is the real weather in Barcelona today.
Oh,
at least as well as ACC will mimic it, I should say.
So how do you like your Porsche? I like mine medium. I think we are going to cook these cars on the track. A little flash of discontent.
Just a tad, right?
Just a tad? I mean, that's the thing. So the 693, all things considered, did get a bit of a shoulder check on the exit of Campos. Mm-hmm. Worked his way back up, and with a really, I think, certain amount of patience, a lot of guile, throws it up the inside of the Seat hairpin and makes it stick. It was a dive, no doubt about it. There was a touch. Both cars stayed on track. Both cars are going in the same direction. So, in my opinion, it's like that's Rubbins racing.
Yeah, and the thing is, if there was a touch there, which we could, I should have gone back and watched it. If there was, the software didn't even pick it up. Like, that's how light that touch was. You know what I mean? So,
indeed,
I don't know that there was really much contact noteworthy at all. And as you said, both cars came out going in the same direction. So now we see if Savinov can step his pace up just a little bit and catch back up. But last lap, if we look at the last lap, these guys had Klester's last lap was a 146.7, Savinov a 148.6. So a ton of time lost that last lap.
Yeah, it is definitely starting to become a factor for Savinov. Pace drop off is real. I'm looking at Marion Zink, who is coming out of the pits after 2 minutes and 10 seconds. There had to have been a repair in there. That's a big repair bill.
Yeah, it is. Well, we have a gap here. I'm actually gonna do pit wall now.
You're just gonna pull the trigger?
Yeah, why not?
So if you want, I can give a brief explanation of the different packages and kind of what you can expect.
I'm just gonna get pro and be done with it, but feel free because I'm sure other people are interested.
Yeah. So I've been using pit wall since its inception. I wasn't like they didn't ask me to be a beta tester. I just found it and I was like, oh, you're in beta? Originally it was free because they were just building the thing out. They do have pay for plans. So for the folks at home that are interested, I can actually paste the link in chat so you can see where I'm getting the live timing from right now.
No, you can't. I can.
Oh yeah. So I'll paste it. You'll see dots.
Yeah.
And then
you talking about the one from earlier, right?
Yep. So, pitwall.live, you can check it out. It's free. If you go to the free site, if you go to the link where we're doing our live timing, you'll see what's like a normal time wall you would get from a timesheet readout that you would get from like the 24 Hours of Le Mans if you went to their live timing. If you sign up for for an account, there's an anonymous account. There's a free account which you sign with like a username and password. You'll get a kind of like a stock dashboard set. It'll give you a little bit of information about like order. You'll be able to see when people are like pitting, that kind of information. The light version, which I believe is $12 a year, you'll get even a little bit more. Some of the more features will unlock. And then with the pro version, what you get with pro version, which you don't get with the other ones, is you get access to all the dashboards. You can go in, you can create your own dashboards, bring in your own widgets that you want data for. I can actually take a screenshot of what I've got, Molson, if you're interested in taking a look for your purposes to be able to orient what you're about to play with. Yeah, it's a fun little application. I like it. It gets me information that I need. But yeah, that's pitwall.live.
Well, now I have to figure out, because now that I have this subscription, I'm logged in under me. It had my email address, but I'm seeing your stuff. So how would I connect this to our next race?
So that is a different sign up package, but you can talk to the people at Pitwall and they can give you more information, because that model has changed and I'm not totally up to snuff on it yet.
Okay.
There is a Pit Link application that I run on my system while I'm watching a race, and it connects just like the broadcast app does, or Race Control or ACC TV, to the client, and then it pumps that information into Pitwall. And that's how you see what's going on. So with the pro version, you get access to all the dashboards and the tooling and stuff like that. If you want to add live timing for race that you host, there is, I believe, an extra something. I think it's called Pro Plus or something, where because they run the server for you on the back end. You don't install anything in AWS or anything like that.
Okay.
They take care of that for you. I have Pro Plus, and I have, I think, 2 servers that I can do live timing for.
Okay.
But yeah, they're great guys. They're super good. They're also the official. They're officially licensed to do live timing for the 24-hour series, which is like the European WEC. It's a fantastic tool. I love it.
Yeah, I just have to figure out, like, I guess I shouldn't have gotten Pro.
I don't know. I think it's a pretty good app.
No,
let me
what
look.
I'm saying is if I want to, it's allowing me to see everything now, which I couldn't see before, right?
Yep.
What I'm saying is if I want to be able to tie it into our servers, I guess I have to have something different than Pro.
Yeah, but I think that's just as simple as like talking with the dudes at Pitwall and getting hooked up with the Pro Plus license.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure if you can actually purchase that from their site.
You can.
Because
yeah,
like I
sure.
said, they changed the whole model around when it went from beta to pay for, which actually I think, and this is me, I think $24 a year for like all of the data aspect of it is actually a really good price. I mean, I've seen other licensing where it's like $50 a year, $100 a year. To me, $24 a year is not a big deal. But that's me. I'm going to check in real quick.
Yeah.
Take a look on track. I'm just trying to see where the close fights are. And that is one thing that I will say. You want to talk about something where Pitwall, in my opinion, does not provide as useful as of an experience as what you get either from the game or from a different client. I use the broadcast UI in ACC to give me an understanding of deltas better than any of the other thing. It updates slower, but it is often more accurate, in my opinion. So I use that to find where the fight is, and then I use Pitwall to drill down and get the gory details of what is this fight telling me that I'm not seeing from just looking at the tower.
Yeah.
So I'm going to check real quick, and you guys have, it looks like your viewership numbers did not drop while I was sitting here talking a bunch of noise and nonsense about Pitwall. So thank you, viewers. I will now shut up.
No, you're good. That was all on me, man. Eric Muxka right now looks like Edward Klester starting to close that gap up, now down to 1 second. Josh Arnold into the pits, that number 11.
Klester's in front of the Iran Racing Audi, Ferrari, the 789. So he's trying to clear Muska. Muska's trying to clear the 666, and the Ferrari's trying to clear all of them. Ooh,
oh,
up
and
the
looking
inside.
to the inside. Not this time, sir.
And the thing is, you clip the inside curb at Lakaicha too hard, and it's just going to send your car into the track like a missile. So, you got to be careful with that. Again, he's really trying to force it. Cluster is not wanting to wait. And the problem is the 789 behind him, like the line that he takes, the 789 is going to take the other line. And, the 991 is in the mix now, too. Jeez.
Well, and just in front of these guys, about 29 seconds ahead, it looks like Miles Hemming is going to have Ben Houdry to deal with here soon. We'll keep an eye up there. Muxka able to pull a little ahead now of Houdry in that number 86. I'm sorry, not Houdry. What am I saying? Edward Klester in the number 9 in 693 Porsche. We've seen this move before.
Yep.
You're a back marker. You try and get out of the way, and you end up letting your competition through at the same time if you're not careful.
Yep.
So Klester really wanted to take advantage. We saw that scary move he made last time.
789 is really wanting to get around Klester right now. Like this is great. I get it. You're racing this guy. You're holding me up.
Yep.
kind of curious the pace delta. I'm going to look right now between Legalante and Mohammed right now, because I'm interested to see where the 789 is in relation. And while 30 plus seconds up the road pace-wise, the 789 is being held up big time by the 693. It is costing him. Oh, and the 801 just slides up the inside too.
Oh, and we got to push right here. Wow. What happened here? Was this Hemming? No. Where was that?
Not sure, but it definitely caused problems.
Yep.
The 801, playing it smart, just takes the escape road to get around that nonsense. So now that M6 is going to have a little bit of front end damage.
Looked like north of more than a tap, so I would think he might be okay.
Yeah, actually, while you're focusing on that, I'm going to actually scoot forward in the app because I want to take a look at the 991 M4, because that is P3 in the standings right now. It really looks like the M6 is the one that took the brunt of that. I was like, well, I'll be back shortly. Oh, man. So Robert Sue in the Racing Monkey 666 just kind of, I don't know if he's starting to fight his tires or what, but he's missing apexes and he's going over curbs. It's really starting to make me worried that
starting to wear on some of these guys, you know. I mean,
because he's basically like a cork in a bottle. Look at all the cars behind.
This is ridiculous. I know they are just stacked, and these guys are champing at the bit to get around him. It's starting to tighten things up though for us. Robert Seuss is, you know, a ways from here, but now we're seeing Whidpy catch up, Alessandro Pallone. As we look at this, things are starting to tighten up around this track a little bit. Now, the other thing I do want to mention, if we take a look up here at the top, Jeremy Donahue, that gap now down to 33 seconds with Ferraris.
So the 801 and the 693 are behind the number 7 M6 now. And they're trying to catch the 666 M6 that's in front of P5, P4?
Yeah,
no,
Robert
P5,
Seuss.
Mohammed?
Yep.
So now the 801 and the 693. Oh, man, this is just crazy.
Able to make the move and get ahead.
Oh, the M6 gets turned.
Push. Muska gets spun. Oh, and the Row Racing Porsche right into him. Not much he could do about that, but now Clester. Looks like we got a little bit of cleanup of traffic here because of this.
Muska is carrying some significant damage on that M6 now. Alessandro Pallone in the 333 just throws it up the inside of Sayat and catches that M6 by surprise. Dominic Duran in the number 10. Okay, so shout out for a minute to the Team SRA1 Audi, the number 10. First of all, the livery looks amazing. Second, I'm pretty sure they got drilled in some of the lap 1 shenanigans and fell to the bottom of the order.
Yeah.
And now they're P18.
Take a look at our position deltas. Yeah, they're actually back up 4 from the start of this race today.
Yeah.
So they've gained
hats off to them.
I love looking at this because this tells me who has done well throughout the course of this race and who's stayed out of trouble and things. I think better than a lot of things. I mean, you can look at the Jeremy Donahue's and the Ferraris of the world up there, and they, you know, these guys swapped space at the beginning of the race. But if you look, Robert Seuss, that number 666, these guys are up 9 spots throughout the course of today's race. That's just fantastic. We go down and take a look further in the standings. Josh Arnold right there in that number 11 Audi. That team is up 12 spots today. Curtis Lee, Matthew Schwartz, and Josh Arnold. 12 spots they've gained. Granted, still sitting in 22nd, but that's phenomenal gains for a team like that started down as low as they were. And speaking of it, Whidbey getting around Robert Seuss. The cameraman can figure out what he's doing. So Alex Whidbey now able to get a little clean air around Seuss, taking up P8.
Cluster's coming though. Cluster really wants to get around. Really wants to get around. Now he's a lap. If I remember correctly, I believe he's a lap down from Seuss.
Yeah, he's P14.
But at the same time, it is definitely something. Yeah, see, Pallone now behind the 693 wants to get around the Porsche so that he can attack the 666 machine.
Mm-hmm.
So this mid-pack battle is getting super spicy here in what is this, hour 5? Yeah. So now we're getting close to 7 hours left in this race. 9:39 on track. Let's do a quick temperature check. It is
35.
32 degrees, 35 on track. Ooh. It's going to be rough.
I want to see it break 40. That's when it'll get real fun.
Oh, man. So I want to take a look again at this battle for P4. Antonello Legalante, 45.880 for average lap time. Starting to pull away from Syed Mohammed in the 789 Iran Racing Ferrari, 46.046. But that was a lot of Syed trying to get around these back markers that are fighting for position so close. Because he basically showed up when there are two different mid-pack battles happening at the same space at the same time.
And all jumbled together at the same time.
Yeah.
So Anufriv, P3, our P3 driver, number 991 into the pits, dropping to P4. And just for those in the U.S. who might not know or might not realize, or might... I think, for someone like myself, it's easy. I don't know about for others, so I want to make sure that we talk to him. And speaking of battles coming up, Robert Seuss in the 666, now under pressure from Pallone. 32 degrees Celsius is 89.6 Fahrenheit. That's our ambient right now. If we talk about our track temp, 95 degrees on that tarmac right now. So we will be crossing the 100-degree point, again, to help out those who might not know. But Alessandro Pallone is not worried about temperatures as he chases down Robert Seuss.
So interesting. So Vasily in the 991 M4 had to take a pit stop. Minute 18. He was only 23 laps into his stint. So he must have taken damage from that contact that we saw in the Seat hairpin with the 333 and the number 7 M6, or maybe it was the RACC chicane hit that we saw. Either way, he decided to pull the trigger, get in, get the repairs, get back out on track, try and regain some time. Because again, 6 hours, 58 minutes left in this race. Really well positioned right now. But if I'm looking correctly, the 991 is a lap down to the car in front of it. That would be the number 17. Yeah, it is. It's the number 17.
No, 991. They are a lap back. Yeah, they're on a previous lap, but number 5 is currently P3.
Number 5 is currently P3, but the car he just passed is number 17. That's Enrico Ferraris.
I got what you're saying.
That's P2. So I'm like,
he's a lap back.
He is straight up a lap back.
Yep.
But the thing is that Enrico Ferrari is playing the smart play here. He's like, I don't need to race you yet. You got a long way to go, brother.
Yeah, there's
and
no
just
sense.
let him go. The 86 getting out of the way.
There we just saw Pallone get around Robert Seuss. But these guys continue to battle. Seuss keeping it right with them.
So Pallone gets around Seuss. He wants to catch Whitby, who's 4.2 ahead. Somebody who's kind of in no man's land right now. That would be, let me find him on the screen. That would be Jostin Sheffer.
Yeah, Jostin Sheffer. Yeah, he's
all
by himself.
The Utara Racing M4. Just kind of head down doing his work. Like not really nothing dramatic.
Well, I'll be honest about this team, and again, we've seen these guys race in other endurance races. Sheffer and Yannick Kurtz, that's what they do. They're fast, and that's what they do. They put their heads down, they stay out of trouble, and when they have to make a move, they will. But otherwise, I think they just want to drive, and they really do very well with it. Typically, when they're in our endurance races, a lot of fun to watch them. Very clean, very consistent drivers. Miles Hemming again looks like Ben Houdry is going to be closing this gap slowly but surely. And don't call him Shirley. Robert Seuss now about 1.8 off the back of Pallone after that move. That is good, Huff. You're right. And again, I like watching those two drive. They do a great job. They're very clean, consistent drivers, and always a pleasure to watch them go to work on track whenever we have one of these endurance events.
Agreed. What is Hodry up to? Looks like he's starting to get within a second. Actually, Sue's again, like there's just like cars all around. Actually, I just saw a car go off behind him. He's actually got damage now.
Yeah, that hood's a little lifted, isn't it?
Yep, he definitely has Pac-Man hood going.
Yep, and he also is leading a pack right now of cars. The number 199 right there.
SRA Machines in the pits. That's Duran, number 10 in the Audi. So David Costa in the Nitro Tech 199 chasing down Suze. I think he is he's a few laps back from Suze.
Yeah. Sitting P20 right now, but looks like
at the same
got
time.
Some pace.
Yeah, well, I mean that M6 is carrying damage. He can't be too quick. Yeah, he's struggling. That M6 is not gripping up very well. It's a slidey boy.
Struggling in that thing, huh?
Could have something to do with the track temps, but also could have something to do with that damage.
They'll sit at 35C. Nothing terrible yet.
Nothing terrible. 35 degrees. 199 up the inside at Lakaicha. M6 gets a little bit of a hip check. 693's through as well.
Yeah, he's playing it back right now. letting these guys clear out. Brezhnev slow on track now, coming back up to speed. Not a pit stop right in front of the pit wall, however, losing position to Antal. Ben Houdry now on the back end of Hemming, the number 75. These guys having to clear the back markers does not help. It looked like he had a great opportunity to make a move there, but a back marker right in the way.
I think the temperatures and traffic are starting to have an effect on the top three. 46.582 for Donadue last lap. 47.535 for Ferraris.
And Ferrari's in now to the pits.
Oh, really now?
Yeah, Ferrari's heading in now.
Might be pitting early to avoid the traffic.
And I wondered when we might start seeing undercuts and things of this nature, that these guys trying to change up strategy. I mean, it's, so far, everyone's going in within that same about 10-minute window, right? So... I mean, is there any strategy to offsetting your pits, say half an hour from the rest of the pack?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of reasons. Fuel, because again, you're not going to run a full tank in 65 minutes, so you're going to short yourself fuel. But at the same time too, there's like a minimum fuel you're going to have to get to the end of the race. The other thing is traffic. You coming up on a group of back markers that are fighting for position. There's no reason to get mixed up in that if you're that close to the end of your stint.
Yeah.
And then finally, third, it could just be down to the driver. Driver could be tired. You know, there's a number of reasons.
Again, Hemming doing a great job in that McLaren to keep Ben Houdry at bay. And again, getting to round to, you know, end of stint timer and looking to have people start swapping cars, swapping tires, moving in and out, going to the pits. You know, if you're Ben, are you fighting Hemming? Or are you going to look to undercut him? If you're getting close to wanting to go in anyway, stay out another lap or two, keep it close, and then undercut, get in and out of the pits, like you said.
I'm looking right now.
I mean, he's done it 1 hour on the stint now. He's got 10 minutes up, or 9 minutes or so up on Hemming.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to try and pass. He's going to want to try and get past Hemming before he pits. If nothing else, just to hold him up. But at the same time, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough to pull off. Sector 2, Sector 3 doesn't really benefit the straight line speed of the Audi versus the aerodynamic strength of the McLaren.
Okay. Syed Mohammed now into the pits, dropping down. James Horn taking over in the 3-2-1. Jeremy Donadue still on track. Patrick Pellegrino taking over the number 17 car today. And Antonello Lagalante in the number 5. So Patrick Pellegrino coming out after that pit stop in the 17 in second place. So holding on to that. Ben Hodry now into the pits. That's going to open that up and give Miles Hemming a bit of a break.
That's critical for Hemming. Like Hemming staying out in front before Houdry goes into the pits, that's critical.
And decides to run off into the gravel a little bit. That's going to slow him down, obviously, but Hodry now in the pits and dropping behind Sam Bowden. That gives Hemming right around 11 seconds of a gap to play with and to try and just enjoy a drive for a little bit instead of feeling so much pressure.
Yes. And at least he went to the gravel. If he'd have gone to the wall, it would have been a much different outcome.
6 hours and 46 minutes remain in this 12-hour endurance event at Barcelona. Thank you, Philip, for being here today, by the way. Much appreciated, sir.
I'm having a lot of fun. I'm getting to dust off my casting cobwebs, and
there you go.
Getting some good seat time with pit wall, which is a guilty weekend activity of mine. Some people do something meaningful. I stare at graphs.
Well, apparently, if you make it open, and it'll take them 2 or 3 days to get it to me, but if you make it open and provide the information, join the Discord, the server side becomes free.
Well, that sounds dope.
So then if you have the pro, then you get to see everything. If you don't, then people can just see the free stuff. So
yeah. And the free stuff, like I said, the anonymous count by itself, like you got Pro Plus, actually, if you go into the little dashboard widget on the left under where it says Pro, you got the server button, the dashboard button. Yeah. You can actually see what the free and the anonymous and the light packages can see as like a default. So that you can understand that when you talk to people about pit wall, you can assume if they have a free or an anonymous account, you know what they're seeing.
Which is pretty cool.
Andreas, you got support. I know this voice. Hi, Andreas.
Andreas is back in the chat. Welcome back. Thank you to everybody else, also for everybody watching today. Thank you to the drivers for coming out here and doing this. Antonio Lagalante heading out. Antonello. My God. Lagalante heading back out on track. We'll see if we got a driver swap in that number 5. Jeremy Donahue
did allow
still out on track.
That did allow the 991 of Anufriev to get back out in front and reclaim that P3 position. So they're offset in terms of pits. So whatever damage the 991 took, it may end up not costing them. It kind of depends on how the pit stops are going to stack towards the end of the race. But it does feel like they are going to kind of like crab walk the rest of this endurance race in terms of pit stops if everything kind of stays as is. Lagalante, a 1:10 on the pit stop. So pretty close to the average. The people that are really kind of like setting like the silly trend of like professional grade pit stops is at 6:40 Ferrari up at the front. Donahue, 1:08 last time on the jacks. Like, that's so impressive.
Hopefully able to pull it off, but catch up with Donahue now. That Coffin right there behind him. I think that's Retro Coffin. Yeah, currently in P22 and kind of holding pace because the Donahue's last lap a 147.5. Retro Coffin's a 147.2. So again, it's going to be very curious when these guys head into the pits. Donahue having not gone in for this stint timer yet. It's very curious, and he's at 59 minutes on this stint. So maybe holding out for another lap
33
or 2.
laps. Yep, he just passed the hour mark. So 33 laps on it. If he pushes it to the distance that we've been seeing out of the other 640 drivers, he's looking at 36 lap stint. But given that his pace is a little bit off, I'm kind of curious. In terms of the overall pace, like he is losing ground to P2, P3. Like it is the pace delta between. So let's talk about the last pit stop from car 17. A minute 34.9 was the gap. And now it is a minute 27. So he's lost 12 seconds over the length of this stint. To P3, we're looking, I mean, the gap is even further than that, 2 minutes 14, and we're now down to minute 58. So, again, I'm kind of curious to see how the stints work out with the 640. When are they going to put Mamad or Lalifre? I can't. Lafili.
No.
When they're going to put him back in.
Screwed it up because he hasn't been in the car for 4 hours.
Yes.
It's not my fault.
It's all his fault.
It's 100% his fault.
Trying to look and find another battle worth watching.
Jeremy Donahue headed into the pits now. I'm going to keep an eye right here just for a moment. I don't see any close battles at the moment. I want to see how quick his pit stop runs and also perhaps exactly who's in the car afterwards. Do they leave Donahue in knowing that that gap was very quickly closing down?
1 second, sir. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. As we sit and wait for Donahue to start moving again. Great livery on that car, by the way. And we certainly don't need to watch him the whole time. Pellegrino still moving. We'll see how quickly or how much of a gap there is once Donahue is moving again. Donahue heading out. Pellegrino now only 9 seconds back. 13, opening up just a little bit as Donahue gets up to speed. And Jeremy Lefile has taken over that car again, the 640. So now he needs time to get his wheels under him here coming out of the pits and on fresh tires. But possibly fresh tires. I would assume so. If I'm going to go in, I'm going to get fresh ones if I want to come out and get my pace back up. But now only a 12-second gap back to Pellegrino. We saw Lefile. Right? We saw Lefile, and we saw Mamad able to really open the gap up. So will that happen again here? Don't know that we've seen Pellegrino and Lefile driving on this track at the same time. But let's see how that works out. So something interesting here, or I find interesting, if we look at this 640 team, Lefile and Mammon both able to run during their stints, which all are very close in times. An hour 3, hour 2, hour 3, an hour 3, and an hour 2 for Lefile and Mamad able to each run one more lap during the course of their stints. 36 laps each, only 35 laps for Donadue. So far, no time closing down. Still 12 and a half seconds. Back to Pellegrino. Robert Seuss now into the pits. He's going to get that car repaired. Whidpy able to move up. The P9. Edward Klester now out of the pits with what looks like... Oh no, okay. Thought maybe we had a drive-through running, but no. Alex Whidpy again continuing to move. Klester has had a drive-through, just not that time. Take a look at some lap times here and see where these guys fall. I feel like just a little slower on lap 181. But you see there, Lefile filling in that in the last lap with a 1:44.6. Fastest lap of this stint. Gap still holding at this point, though, with Pellegrino keeping it within about 12 seconds. Vasiliano Friev, however, in the 991 BMW, not moving the needle much either. 30 seconds back from these two. But we know what happens when battles get started as Laszlo heads into the pits now, giving up P11 to Deffing.